The lawyers are present, the defendant is present, and we're ready to bring the jurors in, unless there's anything that needs to be addressed before we do so.
Your Honor, can we just have one moment? Mr. Seaforth just ran to the restroom.
Sure. By the time we get the jurors lined up, I'm sure he'll be back.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat.
Thank you.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay. Ashley Maria Baez, B-A-E-Z.
Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Baez. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. Where do you live?
Currently, I live in Orlando, but originally from here.
Okay. Are you working, going to school?
Yeah, I go to school in Orlando, and I work there too.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Were you in school then?
Correct, yes.
And where did you attend school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2020.
Did you spend all 4 years at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
Correct.
Okay. So on Wednesday, hold on for a second. Sorry. Okay. On Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, were you in school?
I was in school.
Okay. Do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes, I was in band in my
In
band
band?
class. Yes.
Okay. And where's band?
Band is in the main building.
Okay. Let me show you. And Ian, everybody can see this. Okay. I'm going to show you, Ms. Baez, State's Exhibit number 1. And can you see that okay? On the
Yes,
screen?
now
You
I can. Now I can.
Okay, if you can wait a minute. Does this State's Exhibit 1, does it accurately truly depict where the band room was, where you were?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so what's going to come up is a place where you can, kind of mark it for us, okay?
That's fine. Right.
Is it showing on your?
It's not up. There's a row of colors that's going to come up at the bottom, but they're not up yet.
Oh,
Now
now
there
they
you
are.
go.
There they are.
Here, right there.
Okay, all right. So that's where you were, and what happened during that fourth period?
During that fourth period, towards the end of the day, I decided that I had to go to the restroom, and unfortunately, we weren't able to use the restrooms in that building at that time, so I had a choice in going to the freshman building to the right or to the cafeteria building, which was farther, so I ended up going to the freshman building.
Okay. Did you ever have any classes in the freshman building?
Yes, I've had.
All right, so you knew, the freshman building,
Yeah.
where the restrooms were, the bathrooms, right?
Yeah, I knew the layout.
Okay, so how did you get there? You can maybe just trace it for us?
Traces. So I exited the building where I drew the X, and then I just walked this way directly into
And
the
right
building.
in. Okay. So when you walk in the east doors, tell us what happened, if anything.
As soon as I walked in, what's it called? I was headed straight to the bathroom. I realized there was obviously two people behind me. I don't know where they ended up going, but I directly went to the bathroom. I saw someone in front of me in the stairwell, someone higher up, an administrator or security, who looked freaked out. So I turned around because I saw him run up the stairs. And then as I turned around, I saw the shooter coming out of the stairwell. And then I immediately turned back around, and that's when the firing started. And that's when I ran to the bathroom to my right side, but unfortunately it was locked, so I ran directly to the left side. Luckily there was a classroom unlocked, and I made my way in there.
Okay. So were you injured in any way?
Yes. While I was in the hallway, I didn't realize at that moment, but I had been injured in the leg.
Okay. And what kind of injury did you have in the leg?
I had a bullet wound enter my right leg and then explode on my left side.
Okay. So it went in one leg and then went into the other leg. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you now State's exhibits, State's exhibit, or I've showed these to the defense, Ron.
Okay.
State's exhibit 2D, 2E, and 2F. First, let me show you 2D. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's me.
Okay. And I'm going to show you 2E and 2F. So does 2E and 2F show, I know there's a bandage on one, but does it show where it went in one leg and hit the other leg?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer 2A, 2E, 2D, and 2F.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, just briefly.
Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 2D for identification will be received as State's 49. State's Exhibit 2E for identification will be received as State's 50. And State's 2F will be received as State's 51.
Yeah, I'm going to put this up on the screen for Baez. Let's see here. Who is that?
That's me.
Okay, and is that you? Where are you when this picture was taken?
In the hospital.
Okay. How many surgeries did you have?
I ended up having 4 surgeries.
Okay. And here's State's Exhibit 51. That, I'm sorry for the record, was State's Exhibit 49. This is State's Exhibit 51. Pardon? Yeah. Okay, thank you. What does that show?
This shows the injury to my left thigh.
Okay. And show you now State's Exhibit number 50. What's that show?
That shows where the bullet entered on my right side.
On your other leg, right?
On my other leg,
okay.
Yes.
So I want to show you a video clip and see if you can identify you in the clip, okay?
Sounds good.
Your Honor, I'm going to play the video.
Okay.
Objection.
Is there video in evidence, Mr. Sachs?
It's an evidence.
It's on S19.
It's in evidence, and you need a sidebar?
Yes, ma'am.
sorry about that. You all are gonna have that white noise when you're asleep, be dreaming of the white noise. We do that, so I think I told you this before, we use those headphones as opposed to taking the jury out every time we have to discuss something that doesn't involve the jurors. It would be a much more inconvenient process to you all, at least we think, to have to go all the way back to the jury room and then come all the way back in. So we do the white noise and the headphones for that reason. Okay, at this time, I'm going to overrule the defense objection to publishing the video, and Mr. Sachs, you may publish the video at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that you, Miss Baez, walking there?
That is me.
That's you, right?
Yes, that's me.
Okay. We're going to pause it here.
Okay.
And you guys want to
Do you have
cross
any
or anything?
questions?
Okay.
Ms. Baez, thank you, you're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue the video that you have just begun watching, but we excuse the witness so that you would not have to watch herself being injured. But it is part of the same video. Mr. Sachs, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Ron.
State whenever you're ready, we call your next witness.
Genesis Valentin.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. If you would please lean into the microphone when you speak so that we can hear you. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Genesis Valentin. Last name is spelled Valentin.
Good morning, Miss Valentin. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You go to school? Where
I
do you
go to
school?
Palm Beach State.
Okay. Did you go to high school? Where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
And what year did you graduate?
2020.
And like to call you, did you go all 4 years to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
No, just my first two.
Okay. So on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, were you attending Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
Correct.
And Ms. Valentin, I'd like to call your attention to fourth period on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes.
Where were you?
In Mrs. Haas' class, room 1216.
Okay. And did something happen during that period?
Yes.
Could you please tell us what happened?
Around 12:30, maybe 12:35. Sorry, not 12. 2:35. I remember hearing some shots outside the room.
Okay. Did you recognize them as shots?
No, at first I thought it was just balloons because everybody had balloons because it was Valentine's Day.
Okay. So what happened?
After we heard about 3 shots, we were all like, this is not normal, so we started to hide.
Okay.
And then after we hid, we heard more.
Okay.
So that's when we knew this was serious.
Okay. So what happened then?
At that point, we were all just hiding, trying to make sure we were all covered. And we just kept hearing shots, so we knew that it was not balloons. We knew it was something more serious. And then we heard screaming, so we knew this was getting bad.
Okay. And then what happened?
After that, we just stayed covered as long as we could. Some classmates called police officers. They all knew what was going on. They're already on their way. So they just told us to stay hidden as long as we could.
Okay. And were you injured at all?
Yes.
And how did you get injured?
I got some shrapnel all over my left leg and a little bit on my right.
And where were you do you remember where you were when you got shot in the classroom?
Yes, it was right next to the teacher's desk.
Okay. And did you see anyone else get wounded or shot?
Yes.
Who did you see get shot?
2 girls next to me, Elena and Alyssa.
Elena Petty and Alyssa Alphadeff?
Correct.
Okay. What happened when they got shot?
Alyssa got shot in her stomach and Elena was shot in her knee. They were both instantly gone after being wounded.
Okay. Did you see anyone else get wounded?
Not right away, but after we were escorted, I saw another kid, Alex, I believe was his name.
Okay. Alex Schachter? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Did you see the shots coming in?
No, I was hidden.
Oh, you were hiding?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you remember The best, I know you can't remember exactly, but the best you can guess, how many shots went into 12-16, if you can recall?
Not sure. I'm pretty sure it's more than 3.
Okay. All right. Let me show you now. I've showed these to the defense room. State's Exhibit, Ms. Valentin, 24A, 23Z, and 23Y. Do you recognize that? What are all 3 photographs? What do they show?
These are my shrapnels on my left and right leg.
Okay, and that was taken when you were in a facility to get treated? Okay. And did they truly and accurately depict your wounds as they existed
Yes.
on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce these, and I'll have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Valentin.
All right.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, please, briefly.
Over the defense objection, states 23Y for identification will be received as states 52. States 23Z for identification will be received as states 53. And states 24A will be received as states 54.
Your Honor, I have no further question. Ms. Valentin, can she be excused?
Sure. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Missy, you're excused. Thank you.
Thank you. May I publish these, Your Honor?
You may.
Publishing States Exhibit 54, that Ms. Valentin has identified, and States Exhibit 52, that Ms. Valentin has identified, and States Exhibit 53, that Ms. Valentin has identified. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Call my next witness.
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Ivy Seamus, please.
Good morning. Remain standing for the count.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and please be seated. If you would please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sure. My name is Ivy Shamus. It's Schamis.
Okay. And Ms.
Please state whenever you're
Seamus,
ready.
thank you. Ms. Seamus, are you employed?
Yes.
What do you do for a living?
Well, for about 20 years, I was a social studies educator at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, but I am currently an office administrator at Milton Gottesman Jewish Day School of the nation's capital.
Okay. And you were at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas from what years?
From 2001, and I was employed until the beginning of 2020.
Was that Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, was that your first teaching assignment?
No, I taught a couple of years in Dade County and then took a break to raise my children and then started up again at Broward.
Okay. And I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. You remember that date?
I do.
Okay. And where were you teaching at that time? I know you were teaching at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, but where in the campus?
Yes, I was in room 1214 on the first floor.
Okay. And how long had you been in that classroom, as assigned that classroom?
Yes, that classroom was my classroom since the building was erected in 2009. So I was the only teacher in room 1214 the entire time.
Okay. And what were you teaching?
I was a social studies teacher. That day, I taught international relations, an academic elective, and history of the Holocaust, another academic elective.
Okay. And 1214, the class next to you is classroom 1215?
Yes, I think so.
Well, let me show
I
you.
don't remember the classroom numbers.
States Exhibit Mark 7. Okay. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Okay, yes, I can see it.
Okay. And there's going to be something coming up in a minute, and you can circle 1214.
The colors on the bottom of the screen.
Okay. And obviously 1215 is the adjoining classroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there a little partition between your classroom and classroom 1215?
There's an alcove,
Okay. And
but there's a wall between both classrooms.
I'm talking outside the door.
Outside, yes.
Okay. And the doors, were they open in or out?
The classroom door opens in, out. It opens out.
You
Can
you
remember.
sure?
It opens
Okay.
out.
Okay. All right. It opens out. And when you go outside of your classroom 1214, is there a little wall between?
Yes.
Okay. How big is the wall?
Oh, goodness. Few feet.
Okay. All right. And who had the classroom next door to you in 1215?
Julie Matlock.
Okay. So on February the 14th, 2018, fourth period, please tell us what occurred.
February 14, 2018, fourth period, was my History of the Holocaust class. It was an academic elective for juniors and seniors. It started out great. It was a happy day because it was Valentine's Day and the kids were bringing in candy and stuffed animals and flowers. And I had planned a lesson that day to cover the 1936 Olympics because the 2018 Olympics in Pyeongchang were happening at the same time. And It's a 90-minute class, and the students started out, they completed an activity we had done the class before, and we were actually talking about hate on college campuses. And then the students had laptops on their desk. We were watching testimony from Eyewitness. It's a program online through the Shoah Foundation. And the students were doing that activity and watching testimony. And when they completed it, there was about maybe 20, 25 minutes left of class. So I wanted to start the next lesson, and we were going to talk about the Jesse Owens story. That's what we were doing. We were going to talk about the Jesse Owens story, and I had put up on the Recordex, which is a large screen, sort of like a TV screen, but you can write on it an interactive whiteboard, and I put on there key characters from the Jesse Owens story. And I asked the students, it was sort of a discussion about who they might have already known and what they knew about Jesse Owens. And I asked the students if they knew who Adi Dassler was, because he was up on the board, and most students got a kick out of that because it sounded familiar. And Nicholas Dworet in my class raised his hand and he got excited. He said, I know who Adi Dassler is. He was the German shoemaker he owned a shoe factory who started the Adidas company. And he was up there because he made the shoes, for the track shoes that Jesse Owens wore when he won his 4 gold medals. And the class was super excited because he knew the answer and we were so happy for him. And then he also stated that Rudy Dassler was his brother who started the Puma shoe factory. And we were not totally surprised because Nick was an athlete and he knew these things. And it was at that very moment when he had that aha moment that he knew the answer to that, we heard very loud shots going off in the hallway right outside the classroom door.
Okay, and then what happened?
And so it was just for maybe a second, the students just, it was almost like we stopped in our tracks and they flew out of their seats and tried to find cover. I mean, in my mind, it was unmistakable that was gunshots. Again, I obviously didn't know, but so the students flew out of their seats trying to find cover in a very small room that had a wall full of windows. There was a front door with a large window, to me it was large, going down the center. That was not bulletproof. There was a lot of furniture in the classroom, and there were a lot of students in that classroom. So
how many students were in your classroom?
There was, I believe, 30 that day.
Okay.
There were a few absent. But it's a small room to have, many students. I had about, I want to say 35 or 37 desks in there, something like that, because some of my other electives were larger. And they tried to find cover wherever they could. We didn't have much time, but they scrambled to different parts of the room, sort of along the perimeter, and some tried to get behind the laptop cart, and some tried to get behind a file cabinet and the Recordex board. Hannah and Shannon went under the well of the teacher desk. So I stood there for a second while they all tried to get cover. We had never had a drill or anything to tell us what to do or where to go. But a young lady named Kelly Plore looked up and she called me over. So I ran to her. She said that she was thinking of her mom and what her mom would do in this situation. So we all were sort of down on the ground. We were on the floor trying to hide behind whatever we could. And it was really seconds later that the barrel of that AR-15 just ambushed our classroom. It came right through that glass door, the glass panel in the door, and was just shooting everywhere. It was extremely loud. It was very frightening. And I kept thinking about these kids that should not be experiencing this at all.
Okay, and did you see anyone wounded?
I did not see, we were all close to the ground, like laying on the ground. I did not see anything at that time, no.
Okay. All right, so what happened next?
So from where I was laying on the floor with Kelly, I could see the handle of the door. The door was locked, but it really wouldn't have mattered because whoever was out there, shooter or shooters, which we didn't know at the time, could have easily put their hand through the panel of the door and opened the door. And then I thought, well, that was it. It didn't happen because just as I was thinking what to do, as the only adult in that classroom there, I heard the shooting across the hall.
Okay. And how long did you hear the shooting? You heard it down the hall? Did you hear it anywhere else?
Yes, and at some point a fire alarm went off, so it was hard to hear everything that was going on. We heard it down the hall, and then we heard it further. But nobody moved. Nobody moved because, and again, I found out later, I think from some of the he did come back. We were worried that whoever it was, that the killer or shooter would come back, and so and the students were quite mature. I was unbelievably proud, and they were incredibly brave. Just shh, shh, shh. No one said anything. Very, very quiet. Just worried that it was going to happen again.
All right, did you hear anything above you?
I might have, I mean, on the second floor?
Or anywhere?
We might have heard, but then again, the fire alarm at one point went on, so it muffled sounds of the shooting.
Okay. And how long did you wait before there was a police response?
So, like I said, we were very, very quiet. I think students were on their phone trying to get service or texting their loved ones or their boyfriend or girlfriend. So maybe between 15 and 20 minutes we waited for someone to come rescue us. But the young lady, Kelly, who was next to me, was able to get a bar of service. So she said, I heard her saying to 911, 12:14. So I thought they would come soon because they knew what room we were in.
Okay. And when the police came, did you see anyone who was injured?
So when the police came, they were screaming. SWAT was screaming in the hallway and got into the classroom door the same way that I thought anyone else would get in. They just stuck their hand through that glass panel and told us to put our hands up and was screaming for the injured. So that's when I saw the 4 students that were injured in my class.
And who did you see injured?
Daniel Meniscal and Isabel Checker, Samantha Grady, and then Samantha Fuentes.
Okay. And was there anyone who that you saw that wasn't wounded, who wasn't moving?
I didn't, because they told us, don't look, they were screaming at us, because they said they didn't find the shooter, and so they could have been anywhere, so they were screaming at us to put our hands up and not to look down and to run out.
Okay. All right, let me show you now State's Exhibit marked 3S for identification. You know who that is?
That's my girl, Helena.
What's her full name?
Helena Ramsey.
And 3R?
And that's Nicholas Cruz, handsome boy.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibits 3S and 3R.
No objection.
States 3R for identification will be received as states 55, and states 3S, as in Sam, for identification will be received as states 56.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Seamus.
Does it have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
me at it as soon as she leaves me a post.
Sure.
That states exhibit 55. Ms. Seamus identified that as Nikolas Cruz. States exhibit 56. Ms. Seamus identified that. Helena Rains. Can we take a break, John?
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to take our morning break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please do not begin deliberating or have any discussion about the facts of the case or what's gone on in here. Thank you very much. We are on a 15-minute recess. It's 10:30. We'll be back in session at 10:45. Dave, how many more witnesses do you have for the morning so that I'll know when to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 6.
Okay, what I'll do is I'll just let you tell me when you're ready to
Okay.
take the break in case. Jurors are entering. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Julietta Matlock.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. You can be seated. And please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Julietta Matlock, Matlock.
Good morning, Ms. Matlock. How are you?
Good morning.
What do you do for a living?
I teach at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Okay. How long have you been a teacher?
I've been a teacher since 2005.
And how long have you been a teacher at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas?
I think I'm going into my 12th year.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay. Where were you located physically as a teacher on that date?
I was in room 1215.
How long were you assigned classroom 1215?
I had been in room 1215 probably the last 5 or 6 years. Before that I was on the 3rd floor in room 1257.
Okay, and do you remember who was in classroom, what teacher was in classroom 1214?
Miss Seamus.
Okay, and she was right next to you, right?
Correct.
Do you remember who was in your classroom in 1218 on the other side of you?
Miss Sinich.
Brittany Sinich?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so let me take you to the 4th period on February the 14th, 2018, okay?
Yeah.
So tell us what you remember happening, please.
Well, it was 4th period, of course. It was Valentine's Day. That I had personalization, which is study hall. I had a big group, and I would often...
When you say a big group, how many students would you say?
Normally it would be 24 to 25. I think if I'm not mistaken, I had 28, 29. And then I would also have students coming from other personalization classes into my class to share time with me or help me grade papers with the permission of other teachers. That group was very friendly with each other. It became like they had their own little family amongst themselves, if you want to say, sharing snacks, talking, grading papers with me. And on that particular day, there was like 12 of them, 12 students around my desk that day, 1 student behind me, some were out on passes. But it was a group, like I said, that it was very friendly with each other, and they would do their work and laugh, and it was just a good group of kids.
Okay. So what happened?
Kids were working together. Like I said, I had kids around my desk, like 12 kids around my desk. Some were out. It was my desk. When you walk into my classroom, you go to the left and there's a little small space, and then there's a closet or a cabinet, if you want to call it. And then my desk was catty corner to where there's like a built-in desk in the back where there's a printer and everything. So my desk was catty corner to the door. You couldn't see the door from where my desk was. So it was almost at the end of the day, and
Before you continue,
Yes.
let me show you State's Exhibit 3Y and ask you if you can identify that.
That's my classroom.
Is that your class? Does that accurately depict your classroom as it existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Mm-hmm.
Does it accurately depict where your desk was and where the door is?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 3Y, please.
Is there any objection?
No objection, 3Y.
States Exhibit 3Y for identification will be received as States 57.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, Ms. Matlock, I want to show you State's Exhibit 57. Good. All right, can you see that okay?
Yes.
All right, there's something will come up that you can telestrator. See the colors?
Yes.
Okay, so can you put an X where your desk was? Okay, and obviously the door.
Do you want me to put an X on the door?
Yeah, you can put an X on the door, that's okay. And that's the window in the door, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. Tell us what happened.
So it was towards the end of the day, and I heard like 3 loud bangs, and I stood up, and I don't even remember part of saying to get down, but I was told by students, I said, how did you know to just run so quickly to my side of the room? And they said, I told them to do that. But part of my memory doesn't even I know I said, to get down, but part of me doesn't remember saying all that I said. Okay. So they got down. I stood up, pushed my chair back, and the students got up underneath my desk and all the way as far as they could in the corner and up against where the closet was towards the desk. And then I walked to that little piece of the wall that was by the closet, in between the closet and the door, and I stood there by that door. thinking that it was the drill that they had told us that we would be having, since we had a training in the auditorium in January, and they said there would be a drill forthcoming of an active shooter, or a code red, some type of code red drill. I thought it was that drill. I said, this is it. They're trying to catch us off guard. And what day then? Valentine's Day. So I stood by the door in that little piece of space that was there, and the kids were nervous, of course, and I was telling them to be calm, that it's okay, it's just a drill, that it's going to all be fine. And then the sounds just kept coming, and I moved towards the front of the door, and when I was in front of the door, the glass fell out on my feet, and all I could think of, and I didn't have a phone with me, I always kept
When you say the glass fell out, you talking about the glass in the door?
Yeah, the glass in the door. I was standing in front of that door when the glass fell in front of on my feet. And I remember I walked towards the student's desk, and I was still in front of the door. I walked in front of the student's desk, and I looked at the students hiding behind my desk and in that corner, and I told them, I said, oh boy, now this is really bad. Whoever's conducting this drill, somebody could have gotten hurt through the glass. And then I walked back towards the students, and I told them, it's okay, just relax. I kept thinking that it was a drill.
Okay, then what happened?
And then after that, I went, there was a student that was standing next to me that he didn't want to leave my side, and he was there for the whole entire moment until SWAT came in, but he didn't want to leave my side. I started, when I was standing in that little piece by the door, looking out at the windows, because my windows were towards the 700 building. So I was looking out.
The windows you're talking about
They're like on the south side.
Looking south. Okay.
Yes. So they're looking south. So I was looking out through the windows. And I don't know if the adrenaline or what it was. I was looking, and I remember on top of the window, there was like a blue light on top of the window. And then my senses started coming in, and I started smelling like when you light a match, like the smell of, I guess it's sulfur. I started smelling that. And then I looked at a student desk, and I saw like some debris, and I thought, well, that's weird that would be there like that. And then I kept addressing the kids that it would be okay, that it's a drill, and it kept coming in and out of my mind. Is it a drill? Is it not a drill? Is it a drill? Is it not a drill? And then I stayed with the kids until what seemed like forever, and you could hear what were gunshots, but we thought it was...
How many gunshots did you hear?
Oh, there was a lot. I couldn't even tell you. I don't know.
Your classroom, were you able to tell where they were coming from?
They were coming from the hallway and from the room next to me.
Okay.
And then we heard screaming next door.
Okay. And did those gunshots dissipate? Did you ever hear them above you?
You could still hear things, but it was a little less, that you couldn't hear them as loud.
Okay. So prior to this happening, did anyone ask permission to leave your classroom?
They did.
Okay. Who asked permission to leave your classroom?
Martin and Luke.
Luke Hoyer. Martin, Luke. Is it
Martin Duque and Luke Hoyer asked to go out on a pass to the media center.
Okay. And where's the media center?
The media center is over by the main 100 building.
Okay.
It's in the 200 building, but it's on the
Okay.
other
Did you give
side.
them a pass?
I did.
Okay. And did they leave?
They did.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit Mark 24B for identification. And ask you, can you identify who's in that photograph?
I can.
Who's in that photograph?
In the black hoodie, it's Luke Hoyer, and in the red sweater, it's Martin Duque.
Okay. All right, and you know where they are in this photograph?
They're walking, it looks like they're walking out by the drama building, coming this way towards the 1200 building.
Away from the media center?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce 24B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit 24B for identification will be received without objection as States 58.
Okay, could you just describe, you said the one in the kind of red is
Martin,
Martin Duque Aquino.
Yes.
And the gentleman, the boy in the black is?
Lou Courier.
Okay. All right, so did anyone else leave your classroom?
Yes. Anna Martin, Sophia Delia went up to the second floor to Miss Bergens to take a test. Gina Montato asked to go to the little alcove that was in front of my room to do some kind of project that she said she had to speak into it was a speaking portion of it that she wanted to speak into her laptop, into her computer. I asked her if she wanted to go to the media center. She did not. I asked her if she wanted to go to a different teacher's room. She did not. She wanted to sit right there by the classroom, and when she was done, she would come back inside.
Okay, and
I also had Charles Cahill, who had gone to the media center but had come back.
Okay. When Gina left to work on her computer outside your classroom, remember how long before the shooting started did she ask permission to do that?
It was probably about 1:30, 1:40.
Okay. Let me show you now. State's Exhibit marked 3T for identification. Miss Matlock, and I ask if you can identify what that depicts.
Okay, that's my room.
And is that your room in 1214?
Yes.
Okay. And does that photograph truly and accurately depict the doorways, how they existed on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
And there's a little partition between your two classrooms, right?
Yes.
And that's accurately depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the little alcoves.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 3T.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, please. Mr. Sass, may I see the photo? Oh, absolutely.
Okay, over the defense objection, States Exhibit 3T for identification will be received as States 59.
And Ms. Matlock, now it states 59. I want to show you that. Can you see that okay?
I can.
All right, and that shows your classroom at 1215 and Ms. Shamus' classroom 1214, right?
It does.
And that's the little partition I'm talking about in between, is that correct?
You are.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now I want to show you States Exhibit marked first 3X. 3X, you know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
Martin Duque.
Martin Duque Aquino.
Yes.
And 3W? Who is that?
Gina Montalto.
And 3V?
Luke Hoyer.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce States Exhibit 3V, 3W, and 3X.
Is there any objection?
No.
Thank you.
States 3V as in Victor for identification will be received as States 60. States 3W will be received as States 61. And States 3X for identification will be received as States 62.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of Ms. Matlock.
Do you have any questions?
Then may I publish the photos after she leaves me?
Yes, sir. Thank you, ma'am. You're
Thank you.
excused.
States Exhibit 62, Martin Duque Aquino. States Exhibit 61, Gina Montalto. And States Exhibit 60, Luke Hoyer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you like me to call my next witness?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Sophia Diala.
Just remain standing to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. If you would, please lean in and speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Sophia Delia, Delia.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning, Ms. Delia. How are you?
Okay.
Good. Do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
I'm going to be a transfer student at the University of Tennessee.
Okay. And did you go to high school somewhere here in Broward County?
Yes.
Where'd you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
And when did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
I do.
Okay. Fourth period, do you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in personalization with Miss Matlock, room 1215.
Okay. Tell us what happened during fourth period, please.
I walked into the class, and then shortly after, I had to go upstairs to the second floor with Miss Bergen to make up a test that I had missed previously. I went with my friend Anna. She had also missed the test.
Is that Anna Martin's?
Yes.
Okay.
After we finished the test, we walked to the second floor bathroom because I was the only one unlocked. And we got stopped by a staff member who asked for our hall pass.
Okay.
And we showed it to him. It was fine. We went back down the opposite stairs, walked back to our class, and knocked on the door. And as we were waiting, we made small talk with Gina.
Okay, where was Gina? You talked about Gina Montalto?
Yes.
And was she in your class in 1215 too?
She was, but she was outside working on her computer.
Okay. And you spoke to her?
We made small talk. Hey.
Okay. What position was she in?
She was sitting down. I think maybe her legs were outstretched, and she was working on her laptop.
Okay. And that was where in reference to 1215's door?
I believe there's a little indent in the door, and she was sitting in that indent by the door.
Okay. And you had small talk with Gina, and then what happened?
And then we got let in the door. We took our seats, which were the closest ones to the door. I was in front of Anna, and she was right behind me. I noticed that Luke and Martin weren't in the class anymore.
When you say Luke, you talking about Luke Hoyer?
Yes.
And Martin Duque Aquiana? They
Yes.
weren't in the class? Okay.
I just assumed they had to go make something up. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Anna went to go open the door. And right before she was able to do that, the gunshots started. And I don't remember, but I was sitting at my desk, and then I was underneath my teacher's desk. So I ran over there, the whole class ran over there, and we all hid. And then the gunshots kept going. The fire alarm went off. It kept going. It got a little bit distant, but it was still very, very loud. And then law enforcement came into the room, told us they were clearing our room, not to look around, that they didn't want us to see what was in the hallways. So I was looking down at the ground, and I stepped on class. And then when I got out the door of my classroom, that's when I saw the blood everywhere and 2 bodies. And then we ran out of the building.
Okay. And when Anna was going to answer the knock at the door, did you get a chance to see who was at the door?
No, I did not. But I later found out that it was Luke and Martin at the door.
Okay. Do you remember how close she got to the door?
I believe fairly close,
Okay.
but there just wasn't enough time.
Okay. And did you go to the same place where Anna went to, after you heard the shots?
Yeah, the whole class was by our teacher's desk.
All right. Thank you, Sophia. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? No. All right, thank you, Miss. You're excused.
Thank you.
State whenever you're ready. Call your next witness.
Thank you. Ronette Rioten.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And if you would please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Ronit Rioven, Ronit Reoven.
Would you, excuse me 1 second, would you spell your first name as well, please?
Ronit.
Thank you. May I inquire?
Thank you, Honor. Good morning, Mr. Rioven. How are you?
Good.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a high school teacher,
Okay, and how long have you been a teacher?
going on 23 years,
And where do you teach now?
Stoneman Douglas High School.
How long have you taught at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
This will be my 23rd year.
And what do you teach?
I teach AP Psychology and Honors Geography,
What's AP stand for?
Advanced Placement.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to fourth period. Where were you?
I was in the classroom teaching my class.
And what classroom were you in?
That would be room 1213.
Okay. And how long were you assigned to classroom 1213?
Oh, since the building's inception, which I believe was 2009.
Okay. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked number 3. And there's a little thing that's going to come up, and you can just circle to 1213 and where your desk was, please. Okay, and how about your desk? Where was your desk? Right there? Okay, all right, great, all right, thank you. And so it's fourth period, right?
Yes.
Okay, what happens?
So we begin class like any other class. We go over a couple things as far as what we're going to be talking about. I get the class started with the lesson. It's a lecture-based course, so it's mostly me in front of the class going over things, explaining things. I have things up on the board. We have demonstrations. I'm going through the lesson with them. Students are sitting and taking notes, asking questions when needed. And we go through the period as normal. I tend to kind of look at my notes and the clock every now and then to just gauge where I'm at with the lesson and the time. And I remember a little later into the period, I glanced up at the clock to see the time and how much more I wanted to cover and to think about where I felt was a good stopping point for that day. And it was 2:15. And I walked over to the podium to see, how far along I wanted to go in the notes. And I went back in front of the class and I continued to, finish up with some other topics that we were talking about, which was a lesson on Sigmund Freud's theory of personality. And then moments later, you hear the gunshots. And there were multiple gunshots. And they were incredibly loud. Boom, 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 boom. And I froze for a moment, and the students jumped out of their seats. Of course, they were startled and scared, and they tried to scurry out of their desks, and they started to run in the opposite direction of the classroom door. And in running in that direction, they were running towards the windows on the other side of the classroom, and I yelled at them. I said, no, not that way, not that way. Go to the other side, go to the other side. Get behind the desk, get behind the furniture, go the other way. So they went from one direction of running towards the windows, which I guess they did out of instinct. You run away from where there's danger. You run away from where you hear something scary. So they ran that way towards the windows, and I yelled at them to run the opposite direction. So they hurried themselves off to the other side and jumped over the desks and my desk and around the podium and tried to get as close as they can behind my desk and whatever furniture I had by that opposite wall of the windows, which is the wall that is on the same, which is the wall where the classroom door, the side of the classroom door. And in doing that, they would be out of the line of vision.
Okay, away from the door.
Away. They'd be on the side of the door, but away from where they would be seen. We had a glass panel.
In the door.
Yes, there was a glass panel or glass window in the door. So if they were to be on the opposite side of the room, they'd be in clear vision. So I had them all run to the opposite side and hide as best as they could on that wall.
And then what happened?
And then the gunshots continued, and they got louder and louder. We were trying to keep each other quiet. The kids were on top of each other and hugging each other and holding each other, and we were trying to hush each other, shh, and calm. There was some whimpering, and try to calm them down and keep each other quiet and calm as best as we could. And the shots got louder and louder, and then you hear the piercing sounds. You hear the piercing sounds of the fire alarm going off, and you feel the vibrations in your chest as the gunshots were getting closer and louder. You could feel the vibrations in your chest and in your body. And dust and debris fell from the ceilings, from the vibrations of the gunshots. It was like extremely loud, like in a tunnel because of the hallway. And then they got to the point where they were loud because the bullets had just shot through the glass of the door.
And then what did you do?
We just kept hushing each other and holding each other and keeping each other quiet and calm.
And did you hear, did the sound seem to dissipate, or what happened to the gunshots?
After a little bit of time, the gunshots started to get a little more faint. They seemed to be in the distance.
And do you know where they were coming from, or do you have any idea where they were coming from?
I didn't know exactly where they were coming from, but I knew it was in the hallway. I didn't know exactly where, but it was in the hallway.
Okay.
So they started, the gunshots sounded more distant, more faint, and when I noticed that it seemed a little further away, that's when I got up and I kind of peeked over my desk, around my desk to see, what had happened and kind of assess the situation, because at that point I started to hear, the whimpering and the moans and groans from the kids that were shot.
And were kids shot in your room?
Yes.
Who was shot in your room?
Ben Wakander, Samantha Mayer, Madeline Wilford, and Carmen Shentrup.
Okay. And so what else did you do? Did you when you got up from your desk, Ms. Riovan, did you do anything?
When I first got up, when the gunshots were a little further away, I took my keys and I went over to the door and I felt it was a safe time, so I carefully opened the door just a little bit with my left hand and took the key in my right hand and kind of worked my little arm around to just unlock the door and closed the door, went back to where the kids were all huddled and hiding, dropped the keys down and looked again to see the kids, and it was confirmed to me that the moans and the groans and the crying were from the kids that were shot. And at that point, I knew that I had to try to do something to help the kids that were injured. So
Okay, and did you?
I did.
Who did you help?
Well, initially, Ben Wakander was crying and begging for water. Please, please, I need water. Please, I need water. So I had my water bottle on my desk, and I gave him the rest of my water to drink from. The water bottle, he drank whatever was in there. And then I had another student that was beside me, Logan Mitchell, who was pretty much next to me the entire time. And he was beside me and helping me, kind of guiding me through, giving me that extra, yeah, it's okay to do, yeah, it's safe, da-da-da, I don't hear anything. He was kind of listening and also checking. And I had a baby blanket that I used to cover my coffee maker. I had a mini Keurig in the corner. So whenever I wasn't using the Keurig, I had a baby blanket that I covered it with when it wasn't in use. So I had a student that was hiding next to the Keurig throw the baby blanket over to me, and I used that baby blanket to make a tourniquet for Ben's arm because he was bleeding out. So I just made a makeshift tourniquet and I put it on his arm, made it on his arm. And then Logan was looking over Madeline
Wilford.
And I believe he got a denim jacket from another student and covered Maddie with a denim jacket. I saw Sam Mayer, that she looked pretty stable, looked like she was shot in the knee. So when I saw it looked like she was shot in the knee, I figured she was pretty stable. She's all right. I noticed Carmen beside Ben. I noticed Carmen beside Ben, and I went close to just kind of get a better gauge, and she wasn't moving, and she was just laying there. Just laying there still, and there was no response. She was just moving. She wasn't moving, and she was just laying there still, no response, face down, her head to the side, and hair just covered her face. And I knew that she was probably gone. And then I went over to Maddie, and I took a look at her, and it was hard to tell where exactly she was shot. I knew she had multiple gunshots, but I couldn't tell exactly where, but I wasn't clear as to where. So because I wasn't clear as to where the shots hit her, and I knew there were multiple ones. I was afraid to really move her because of the position that she was in. She was propped. She was kind of propped up between the outside of my desk and the podium. The podium was somewhat close to my desk
Let me show you.
and the outside of my desk. So she was kind of propped up in that position, right?
State's Exhibit 4F, do you recognize that?
That is
Does this photograph truly and actually depict,
correct. That's exactly it.
is that the way she was positioned? And who was that?
That's Madeline Wilford.
And that's the position you were just describing?
Correct. And I couldn't tell where she was shot, so I left her like that because I was afraid if I moved her, it may have made it worse if I flattened her.
Okay.
So
Your Honor, I'd like
That
to
was
call
it.
for State's Exhibit 4F.
4F,
F.
is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am.
For identification will be received as states 63 in evidence.
And now I'm going to show you, Ms. Riovan, State's Exhibit 63, the photograph you just identified. That's the position you described as Madeline Wilford in?
that's correct.
And was Danielle Gilbert in your classroom?
Yes, she was.
Okay. And had you ever had an opportunity to watch her cell phone videos?
I have.
And is that you in it?
That is,
That was you, right? Going to the door?
yes.
Okay. All right. So did the police come? How soon after?
Well, it seemed like forever, but I guess maybe 30, 40 minutes later,
Okay.
they arrived. After I did what I could with the injured.
Look, can I interrupt you for 1 second? You saw the video, Danielle Gilbert's video, right? Was that accurate as to when the police came? Because the police came, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, yes.
So whatever that video shows is that's how quickly the police came, correctly?
Yes. Whatever
Okay.
time was on. Yes.
Okay, good. All right, so when the police came, what did they do?
So when the police, we heard the police arrive at the building, and you could hear them start going through the hallways and calling all kinds of code numbers and whatnot, going through the classrooms. And I went over to the door and tried to get their attention as soon as I could get them to our classroom because we were hit. And I went over to the broken glass in the window, or the broken window, and just tried to get their attention with me, calling for help, psst, psst, help, help, come here, come here. And moments later, they came and, opened the door for them, and they hurried in, and they started to, shout, how many down? Who's down? How many down? And how many injured? And the kids just shouted out answers, and of course, then they saw, and they started to take out the injured students first.
Okay. And let me show you State's Exhibit 4B for identification and ask you, who is this?
That's Carmen Shentrup.
I'd like to offer 4B, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Without objection, States Exhibit 4B for identification will be received as States 64.
I have no further questions of Ms. Rioven, Your Honor, just permission to publish when she leaves the stand.
Friends, any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Here is Carmen Shentrup.
State when you're ready, you can call your next witness.
Samantha Mayer.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. And if you would please lean into the microphone when you're speaking and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Samantha Mayer, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Mayer. How are you?
I'm okay. How are
Okay,
you?
I'm good. So do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
I go to Indiana University.
Okay, and what year are you in?
I'm going into my senior year.
And where did you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate? Well, everybody knows when they graduate.
2019.
Okay. All right. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to call your attention specifically to fourth period. Where were you?
Miss Rioven's classroom.
Okay. And that was, do you remember what classroom that was?
I believe it was 1214.
Okay. The lady that just left, that was your teacher, Miss Rioven?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Would 1213 be more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So tell us what happened during fourth period.
I was in my fourth period classroom and we were learning some sort of psychology lesson, and I was sitting in my desk, which was about the middle of the room, and during the middle of the lesson, we started to hear gunshots,
Okay.
and I didn't really know what was happening. I didn't know where they were coming from or anything. And everyone kind of looked around and then got out of their seats and started going to the corner of the classroom that was on the door, away from the windows. And we were all sitting on the floor, and I wasn't on the side with the door. I was on the wall that touched both the window and the door ball. And we heard gunshots, and then the gunshots started going into our classroom. And I remember closing my eyes and not looking and still not knowing what was going on. And then they stopped, and my classmates started screaming and moaning, the ones who were hurt. And then I realized that I couldn't really move my leg, and I didn't know why. Ben was kind of falling on me, so I couldn't tell if that was why it was hurting. And then
Was that Benjamin Wickander?
Yes.
Okay.
and I knew that he was in a lot of pain, and I asked someone next to me why my knee was hurting. I couldn't really tell, and then they let me know that I had been shot in the knee. And then I heard someone on the phone with 911, and they then said that I had also been shot. And I remember Miss Rioven taking clothes or anything that she could find and coming over and helping to wrap people's wounds. And then I remember someone knocking on the door and trying to get into the door. And that's when I started saying, don't open it, don't, because I couldn't see anything.
Right.
So I was saying, don't open it. I was terrified for who was going to be let in. And then it was police officers who were letting us out. And I got lifted up, or at first I didn't really understand why they were helping me still. I was very, very upset that they weren't helping someone next to me. And
Did you get carried out?
yeah, I got carried out. Yeah.
Okay. Where did you go to the hospital because of your knee?
Yeah, I went to the hospital, and I went in obviously an ambulance to get there.
Okay. And what was wrong with your knee? I mean, I know you got shot, but what happened? Did it?
I believe that it shattered my kneecap.
Okay. And did you have surgery?
Yes.
And do you have any after effects from that?
Yeah.
What are some of the?
Well, sometimes I overcompensate on one side because I'm still nervous because my left side was injured, so I kind of overcompensate with my right side. Sometimes I feel a lot of pain in it, a lot of soreness. And sometimes when I work out too much or do things that I used to do just fine, it hurts.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit 4D. And do you recognize who's in that photo? Who is
Yes, that's me.
that? And does that show where your injury to your knee was?
Yes.
Okay. Is this accurate, truly and accurately depict the injury to your knee that happened on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this, please.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, without objection, State's Exhibit
Yes, ma'am.
4D for identification will be received as State's 65.
Yeah, Your Honor, thank you. I have no further questions of
That's any
Ms. Mayor.
questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms.
Miss
Mayor.
You're excused.
Next witness,
Sure.
Madeline Wilford. While she's coming in, Your Honor, I have
You may.
Publish this statement.
Just one second, please.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and sit down and put your hand down. Put your hand down and then sit down. If you would please lean into the microphone when you're speaking and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Madeline Wilford, Wilford.
Good morning, Ms. Wilford. How are you?
Good.
Good. Are you going to school?
I am.
Where do you go to school?
Southern Utah University. I'll be a junior this upcoming year.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas.
And did you graduate from Stoneman Douglas?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
2019.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
I'd like to call your attention specifically to the fourth period of that day. Were you in school?
Yes.
And where were you during fourth period?
I was in AP Psychology.
With Ms. Riobin?
Correct.
And was that classroom 1213?
Yes.
Okay, could you tell us what happened?
We were just going about class like normal, and we heard shots. It took us a second to realize what was happening, but when they were fired off again is when we started to move and hide. I was stuck between the teacher's desk and her podium, and then I was just hiding until I felt myself get hit. I didn't know how many times. I just knew I was hit, and I tried looking behind me to see if anyone could help me, but all I saw was blood on the floor. So I just kind of turned around, and when the fire alarm went off, I also thought that hopefully, they knew what was going on and so that they were coming soon, but I ended up passing out.
Okay.
And then
What's the next thing you remember after you passed out?
I was in and out of consciousness until I fully woke up that Thursday night, Friday morning.
Okay.
So,
And so, do you know what happened to you?
yes.
What happened to you?
I was shot 4 times in my right arm, my right lung, some of my ribs on my right side, and I had surgery on my abdomen.
Okay. And how many surgeries have you had?
3.
3. Are there any after effects from your surgeries?
Thankfully, I had a great orthopedic surgeon, so I'm able to use my hand, but I still do have trouble breathing with my lung.
Okay. Okay. And you passed out and you didn't remember how you got out of the classroom. Is that correct?
I briefly remember hearing the responders, but I didn't really and I remember being in the ambulance, but I don't remember much.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Wolford. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? Thank you, Mr. X.
Logan Mitchell?
Just remain standing to this.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can go ahead and be seated. Please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
Logan Mitchell, Mitchell.
Good morning. I guess it's good afternoon, Mr. Mitchell. Do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Florida State University.
And what year are you in?
I will be a senior.
Where did you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2019.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. You remember that day?
I do, yes.
I'd like to call your attention specifically to the fourth period. Were you in school on that day?
I was.
And where were you during fourth period?
I was in AP Psychology.
Okay, and that's Ms. Riova's classroom,
Yes.
1213?
Yes.
Okay, could you please tell us what occurred on that day?
It was a pretty normal day. For the majority of the day, there was not much going on. There was a fire drill earlier in the day, and then at fourth period, around 2:20, we started hearing very loud noises coming from somewhere in the hallway.
When you say there was a fire drill, you mean earlier in the day?
Yeah, several periods earlier. It was second period.
Okay, all right. So there were two fire drills that day?
Yes.
Two fire alarms?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
We heard very loud noises coming from somewhere in the hallway, and then Mr. Riovan told everyone to get up and move. A bunch of students initially went to the wrong side of the classroom, towards the windows, away from the hallway and the door, but she was able to signal for everyone to return back to the point where they couldn't be seen from the doorway, with the majority of the students being behind the desk. And then we waited there, and then the glass shattered, and as bullets were shot into the room, and several students were hit. And after bullets were shot into our room, Ms. Riovan got up to check on the door to make sure it was locked, and then check on Ben, one of the students in the room who was hit.
Was that Benjamin Wickander?
Yes. And then someone behind the desk told me to, gave me a jacket and asked if I could bandage Maddie because she had stopped making noise.
And that was Madeline Milford?
Yes. So I went to where she had fallen in front of the desk, and I wrapped the jacket around her arm and then held another piece of it against her abdomen and waited there until the cop showed up and pulled us out of the room.
All right. Did you see anyone else wounded?
Yes. So there was Carmen Shantrup, who was, she wasn't moving. She was just face down. And then there was Sam Mayer as well.
Okay. Let me show you. Did you take any kind of videos with your cell phone?
I did, yes.
Okay, let me show you State's exhibit. Mark 4G for identification, and ask you if you can identify this drive.
Yes, this is the flash drive from over there.
And you've watched it?
I have, yes.
And does it accurately and truly depict the phone video that you took on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to play this video.
Is there any objection to the emission of this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. G as in George for identification will be admitted as states 66.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions of Mr. Mitchell. If there's no cross-examination, we can play it while he's...
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, Alan. And that's for this morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for lunch. We're going to follow the same procedure that we did yesterday. I would ask that you please be back at 1:45 and meet the sheriff's office in the same way that you've done all of the other days this week. Again, 1:45, it's 12:15 now, 12:17 now, so that gives you an hour and a half. I hope that's enough to get in and out of security and all the way up to the 17th floor. If it isn't, the sheriff's office will let me know and we'll adjust the time again tomorrow until we get, or not tomorrow, but Friday, until we get it down to the sufficient amount of time for you all. Please remember, do not discuss the case, do not begin deliberating, do not have any discussions of any sort about the facts of the case, about what's gone on in the courtroom while you are on recess. Other than that, I hope you enjoy your lunch and I'll see you at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, the jurors have been excused. You all may be seated. For the lawyer's information, I asked the jury to be back at 1:45 because in order to gather all 22 people and get them from point A to point B through two different screenings, security screenings, we're going to try to start at 2 o'clock. I've asked them to be back 15 minutes early so that we can get them through everything that they need to get through. So if you all can be ready to start back at 2, that would be great. And other than that, we're in recess. Thank you. be brought in. Are both sides ready to bring in the jury?
No, Judge, we have a couple of motions over there that pertain to upcoming witnesses. I'll try to make them as brief as possible.
Why? We've been sitting here for 15 minutes. I couldn't come.
Not everyone was here. Mr. Cruz was just brought in.
Okay, go ahead.
First, Judge, with respect to the remaining attempted murder victims, and we did not previously object to this. We're trying to be respectful with people in the courtroom, but the testimony that they're being asked to give regarding the long-term effects of their injuries or the number of surgeries that they had, we are concerned that there might be an attempted murder victim testifying this afternoon that intends to show the jury the wounds. That is not relevant to put the crime in context or prove an aggravating factor. Mr. Cruz has pled to 34 counts, 17 of them attempted murder. So he has admitted to shooting them with his firearm. And even if this court found some relevance to whether they still have pains from it or how many surgeries, the probative value of that is far outweighed by the prejudice. There's really no, it doesn't go to prove any aggravating factor.
So you don't think the fact that somebody's shot in the stomach, the lung, and the leg, and can't walk is not probative of the aggravating factors for the other victims?
Well, Mr. Cruz has already pled guilty,
I
so
understand.
that has been established.
But the fact that what somebody else endured, for example, one of the witnesses today testified that she was shot in the stomach, in the lung, and I think both of her legs, and you're arguing that that's not probative to an aggravator?
No, I'm not arguing that. What I'm arguing is that would be what you just said. If that's what they testified to, where they were shot, that's fine. But then to go further into what they still feel today, sometimes I still have pain from it, or showing the jury their injuries. Those things are not probative to prove any aggravating factor. The aggravating factor is that it was a contemporaneous felony, which he has already pled to, and they have testified to in simply saying, I was shot with his firearm. So it's not relevant, it's not probative, and any prejudice far outweighs that.
Your Honor, I understand Ms. Curtis's argument. However, it's not just the aggravating factor that the jury has to consider. It's the weight. It's the weight that the jury will give to each of these aggravating factors. These were not graze wounds. These were gunshot wounds. And in the matter of Ms. Wilford, she was, as you correctly pointed out, Your Honor, she was shot 4 times. They were not graze wounds. And yes, she had long-term effects from those, not just injuries, but gunshot wounds. And so it goes to weight as to these aggravating factors. We don't have to just show that there is an aggravating factor. We have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And we have to show that there's weight, significant weight that's attached to it, because we are limited by statute as to how many aggravating factors, and in this case there are 7.
Ian, there's some feedback. Try again. Sorry, it's like a dog whistle or something.
Okay. We are limited by statute as to how many aggravating factors we can prove. There are 7 in this case. And after we prove those beyond a reasonable doubt, the jury has to attach weight. Not just look at how many aggravating factors there are in relation to how many mitigating circumstances that only have to be proven by the greater weight of the evidence. We have to prove ours beyond a reasonable doubt, and the jury has to weigh them. These are weighty. We are showing the weight that should be accorded these aggravating factors. And yes, it is relevant for the jury to know that these aren't just graze wounds. Some of these people escaped within an inch of their lives, Your Honor, and it is entirely relevant for those questions to be asked. And I would point out that the record will speak for itself because there has not been an inordinate amount of questions or time devoted to that topic. The questions and the record will reflect that these witnesses have been put on, quickly asked questions, and gotten off the stand We have not belabored any of these points. We're merely putting on these witnesses and going to their injuries and if they've had any long-term effects, to go to the weight of their injuries, the weight of the aggravators for the jury to consider. And there should be no restriction on the state's ability to bring out that evidence in a penalty phase proceeding where the whole ball game is about aggravation and what the defense can put on in mitigation.
Great. Is there anything else as far as this argument goes?
Judges, I would say that the fact that he pled guilty has already proven that aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt.
That may be your point of view, but that doesn't, there's no, you can't determine the amount of evidence that the state can put on if it goes to if it's probative of an issue in the case. In other words, it might not be good for your side, but if the state wants to put it on, I don't know any rule that says there's a limit to how much probative evidence that they can set forth if it goes to a material issue that's going to be decided.
Well, Judge, there are cases that limit what can be presented in a sentencing phase only. Evidence necessary to familiarize the jury with the underlying facts and to prove an aggravator.
Because as far as I know, the witnesses that are testifying to the extent of their injuries in the indictment, they're charged not only with an attempted murder in the first degree, but that the discharge of the firearm inflicted great bodily harm.
Right.
So you're saying the case law says that they can put on evidence of the crime. Well, that's one of the elements of the particular crime as it relates to the particular victim.
Right, but given that Mr. Cruz has pled guilty and admitted to doing all of that, the prejudice outweighs the probative value in this particular case. It's not necessary to put the crime in context. And the proof of the aggravator has already been established.
Okay, respectfully, I disagree, and I'm going to deny your motion and eliminate as to that issue.
Okay. The other motion to eliminate I have is regard to a witness that I believe the state may be calling more towards the end of the day. So if you want to save that one for the right before the break,
Sure.
or after the break, we can do that.
Sure.
Okay.
Like mid-afternoon, you mean?
The mid-afternoon break,
Okay,
yes.
that would be good because the jurors
Okay,
are
thank you.
already lined up. Mr. Sachs, as opposed to me telling you to call your next witness, I'm just going to have you call the next witness so that when you run out of witnesses for the morning or the afternoon, or then you can let me know, as opposed to me telling you to call your next witness and then
Okay,
you
so-
say, we don't have any more for the day.
I'll be happy to do that. I just didn't want to be rude.
No, I know. Normally, I say state, call your next witness,
Right.
but under these circumstances, because there's so many witnesses and you know how many
No,
you're calling and I don't.
I don't mind. I just
Okay.
didn't want to
No, it's not,
usurp the court's ability to say what's going to happen next.
not a problem at all.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay, let's bring in the jury, please. Thank you. Jury, is there anything? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope everyone had a nice lunch. And we're going to get started with our afternoon session. State, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. Stacy Lapel, please.
do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. You can put your hand on and be seated, please. Please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
Stacy Lippel, Lippel.
And your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a teacher,
And how long have you been a teacher?
16 years,
And where do you presently teach?
Stoneman Douglas High School,
And how long have you taught at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
10 years.
Okay. Where is Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
It's in Parkland,
And where? Where? Do you know the address?
5901 Pine Island Road.
Okay. And it's bordered by the Sawgrass and Homburg, right?
Correct.
And Carl Ridge Drive to the west.
Right.
Okay. So were you assigned to a particular classroom?
Yes, I was in room 1255.
So on Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, you were in classroom 1255.
I
right?
was.
Prior to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018, how long have you been in that class? I want to say courtroom, that classroom.
That was my second year in that classroom.
Okay. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit marked 4I for identification. It's a diagram. And I'll take a look at that and see if you recognize that as the third floor of the 1200 building.
I do.
Okay. And does it show your classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4I.
Is there any objection?
No, no.
Okay. Without objection, State's Exhibit 4I for identification will be received as State's 67.
Okay, Ms. LaPel, I want to show you now State's Exhibit 67. Can you see if I can work this? Not bad. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know how to work the...
I do.
Okay, cool. Could you mark where your classroom is? Okay. And do you know who Scott Beagle is?
I do.
Who is he?
He was a teacher whose classroom was right next to mine.
And could you draw with a different color, maybe, where his classroom was? And do you know who Ernest Rospirsky is?
I do.
And do you know who is he?
He's also a teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay, do you remember where his classroom was?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It was either 1249 or 1250.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Okay. Just take that off. There you go. Okay. So let me take you to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Fourth period. Would you please tell us what happened?
We were almost finished with our fourth period class. I was teaching creative writing, which is a mixed class, 9th through 12th graders. And around 2:20, I heard a popping sound, which was, to me, it sounded like it was coming from outside to the east of our building. It was kind of low and muted. In a kind of, my classroom, we had about 38 kids in the class, so there was a lot of noise, just talking and some music. And so the sound was muted, but it caused us to pause.
I forgot to ask you, what are you teaching?
English and creative writing.
Okay, anything particular that you were teaching on this particular fourth period class?
We were writing love letters, or love to hate letters.
Okay, and your classroom, it's the second one, based on the diagram, from the east side on the north side of the hall. Am
Correct.
I describing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so go ahead. You were.
So we were busy. We heard a popping sound, caused us to pause, and didn't sound menacing really in any way, but just kind of caused us to sort of stop. But in my mind, I thought it could be firecrackers because, it was Valentine's Day. People had balloons and they could be popping. Or the first thought really that came to my mind was that something fell over, a computer cart with computers, and it just sounded like metal on metal. But again, very muted.
Do each classroom have computer carts? All the kids have computers now, right? So
Right. Then a lot of, most classrooms had their own computer card.
Okay. So go ahead. What happens then?
After that, we resumed. Some kids were kind of quieted down a little bit. I think I heard popping sounds again. I don't quite remember because simultaneously the fire alarm went off. And the fire alarm in the 1200 building is piercing. And so that sort of superseded anything else that maybe we had heard before. So I grabbed my emergency folder and my phone and I yelled over the noise and motioned for everybody to leave the classroom and meet up where we normally meet up.
And where do you normally meet for?
We'll usually meet in the by the fence on Holmberg Road, like inside the fence.
Okay.
We're all assigned to different spaces.
So when you go, when you leave for a fire drill, you go out the east stairwell?
Right. So every classroom goes a different route. In our
Right.
classroom, we would go to the east.
East, because you're 2 classrooms from
Right.
the stairwell, right?
Correct.
Okay. Was this the first time you heard the fire alarm that day?
No, we actually had a fire drill, I guess a planned drill, a second period that day.
Okay, so this is the second time you're hearing a fire
Right.
alarm.
And so also at that moment, I thought maybe it was firecrackers, and that set off the fire alarm. To me, it wasn't a drill because it was at the end of the school day, and it didn't make any sense for them to have a drill at the end of the school day.
Okay.
So I figured it was either an alarm pull that maybe a student pulled or a prank or whatever it was. But in any case, we evacuated because there was no reason not to evacuate. So I waited for every child to get out. Well, the hall sort of fills up very quickly. So our hall was filling up with students pretty quickly. And so I would say there was maybe a classroom full of kids in front of my class. So everybody got out. I was the last one out. And I made sure the door was locked behind me. They didn't lock automatically, but I just double checked that the door was locked. And I started walking behind my students. And so kind of like neck and neck with me was Scott Beagle. He was on one side, and then another teacher was on the other side. And I can't remember his name now. I'm sorry. So we start walking towards the stairwell, which is about 20 feet from my classroom. Maybe I walked about 2 feet, and I heard the screams before I heard anything else. So all of a sudden, I hear kids screaming, and then there was a log jam right before the stairwell. No one was moving. The crowd started moving backwards towards me. And so as that was happening, I heard gunshots. It wasn't really connecting that it was gunshots. It was just very, very loud. So I turned very quickly, walked straight to my classroom, unlocked the door, and then kind of simultaneously, I locked it back in the position to make sure it was locked when I was able to close it. So I opened my door, and kids started running. They were screaming, they were running. It was extremely loud, chaotic. Heard shots. The fire alarm was still going off, and everyone was just kind of running in a haphazard way.
Okay. And then what?
I got my door open. Students started just running into whatever classroom they could run into.
So students that weren't assigned to your class were also running into
Yes.
Okay.
So my door opened, so I was facing the east. And then I saw Scott right in front of me. His door opens the opposite way.
Is there anything between, you're on the north side, is there anything between your classrooms, like on the south side, there's a partition between?
No partition.
There's no partition like it exists?
Right.
No. Okay.
We're in an alcove together.
Right, so it's just flush doors, right?
Right.
Okay.
So after what seemed like a long time, but it really wasn't, I saw the shooter emerge from the stairwell. So I just sort of saw him walk, and my memory is that he was standing in front of the stairwell, sort of splaying the rifle back and forth. And it was just shot after shot after shot. It just never stopped. Kids were running. Kids kept coming into my classroom. My door was open. And there was a point where I don't remember why or when or how I decided to close my door. But I grabbed the handles of my door to pull it closed.
And when I did that, I felt like a ping and like a heat brush against my arm. And as I'm doing that, I know I could see Scott from my peripheral, and so I yelled at him to close his door. And so as I'm closing my door, I'm just kind of hanging on to that handle really, really tight, hung on to it as it closed, waited there a couple of beats, and then I ran over to the corner where my students were hiding.
Okay. Did any students still outside your door, or did you get them all in?
I got them all in.
Okay. And what did you see about Scott? Did you, after you yelled, close your door, Scott, anything?
No idea.
How close did you get to the shooter?
He was about 20 feet from me, but moving in. He
And
was
what did
walking towards me.
What did the rifle, if you had a chance to look, what did the rifle look like?
It was long and black.
Okay. All right. So you go into your classroom and you run to where the kids are hiding, right?
Right.
So then what happens?
Soon as I got there, within seconds, I heard shots next door, very loud, in succession, and then immediately shots were fired through the glass panel of my door.
Okay.
Maybe 3 or 4.
Anybody hit in your classroom?
No.
Okay. Then what happened?
We were all adjacent to the door, so it was adjacent to the hallway, I should say, so out of the line of sight of the door. But the glass was shot out, and so I was kind of peering over, kind of waiting for his hand to come in and open the handle, because it could have been done very easily. So we were sort of backed up against the wall, and when I saw the glass shatter, I was just looking at the ground, and I saw bullet casings there. Then I looked around the room to see if anyone was hit in my room, and everyone was over by me.
Okay.
Then I heard shots go down the hallway, more than I can even count or, tell you. But they started getting more faint and more faint as he was shooting down the hallway.
Okay. And then what?
It got quiet, and I don't know how much time passed, but I heard crying and screaming from the middle of the hallway, a young man's voice screaming, "Help me, help me." And, we couldn't open the door.
Right. Did you ever learn who that voice belonged to?
Anthony Borges.
Okay. Before you evacuated your class, how many students, Ms. Lapel, did you have in your class?
About 38.
Okay. And do you have any idea how many you had in your class?
Probably about 20.
Afterwards?
Right.
Okay. All right. Right now, I'm going to show you a video, and you tell me who these participants are, or these people are in this video, okay? Is that okay?
Yes. You may publish the video.
you stop it for a second? And that yellow circle, who is that?
That's me.
Okay, thank you. Stop it for a second. See the yellow circle now?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Scott Beagle.
Okay. Okay. Do you know who Meadow Pollock was? Or is?
Yes,
Who is she?
she was my student.
Okay, was she in your classroom during the fourth period of February 14, 2018?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to play the video for Meadow Pollock.
Okay.
This subject, please.
technical difficulties. I'm gonna ask you to just step out in this hallway, Charlie, just keep them right here while we deal with sidebar in the old-fashioned way. Okay, the jurors have exited. Mr. Secor, I'm going to ask that you make all of your objections now so that we don't have to keep stopping before each, because they're renewed objections, but a lot of the substance you're having to repeat, or you are repeating for each one. So if you can just make a general objection to each video as far as the 9403 and the cumulative, and then if you want to say the specific amount of times that you believe things are shown, why don't you go ahead and do that now for each video so that we don't have to keep breaking up every witness testimony.
Okay. Hang on just 1 second, please.
Judge, we just want to agree that the state will allow these objections to constitute contemporaneous objections when they publish the individual
Well,
videos.
then all you have to say is over our continued objection, as stated on the record, and then we don't have to use these dreadful headphones and have all these issues, because they seem to be working less and less as the days go on.
We don't have to go sidebar for every time they want to object. They just put it on the record because that's what they're doing.
Right, that's what I mean, but
Right.
that's why I'm asking for you to place your objection on the record now while the jury's out, and then you can just renew your objection at the time the evidence is offered or published.
I understand, Judge, we just don't want to waive any issues that may arise down the road that we didn't make contemporaneous
I don't think
objection.
you'd be waiving it. In fact, I don't know of any law that says you have to repeat every single grounds that you've already stated in order to preserve your objection. I think you can just say, over our renewed objection, and that's it. I don't think there's any law that says you have to repeat all of the same things every time. All of the same arguments every single time. If you are, I'm happy to review the law, but I think that what you're doing is plenty to preserve your objection. Steve, do you agree?
No, for this, I agree with what you said, but what Mr. Secor is doing, and I'm not, laying any blame on anybody or saying they shouldn't do it, but he's also doing anticipatory objections that may come true or may not come true.
I agree.
Because, we're not necessarily going to show Ms. Lapel everything that he says we're going to, or any other witness. So, we don't have any objection to what you said, but the objection should be for what's going on, not what may happen in the future. That's my only concern.
And I just want to, I understand Mr. Seth's concern, and I just want the court to understand that I'm not at all trying to expand my objection improperly. I've received from the state what they say are the videos that they intend to introduce, and I have no way to base my objection on anything other than that. So I understand the concern, but I'm just operating under what I have, which is the only thing that I can operate on.
But if your objection is that by publishing a certain clip of a video to a jury, they will have seen person A being shot and person B being shot multiple times, when there's not been any video of person A and person B being shot, then you're essentially making an objection to evidence that's is not even evidence. So, and the state is saying they may not even show that evidence. And I'm using the example of person A and person B because
I understand. And the reason that I'm renewing the objection is because the cumulative character of the evidence only arises when it's offered. And so that's why I feel the need to put on the record the amount of times that these scenes are shown, because before a video is put before the jury, then the cumulative argument is not the same. It changes every time. And so I'm not trying to interfere with the state's presentation of their case. I'm simply trying to preserve the record accurately as best as I possibly can. So I'm not trying to, again, somehow impede the state's presentation of their case.
And Your Honor, the defense, we have no problem if the defense wants to make a continuing objection without raising the number of times that they believe, not that the state believes, that they believe a victim has been shot. If they want to add the numbers up, if the defendant is sentenced to death and there's a brief in the Florida Supreme Court, the defense will have plenty of time to tally up those numbers from the record on appeal and put it in their initial brief. There's no reason to do it here. They can have an objection that they've already made and just raise it again.
I do want to add also that they bring up the video of Ashley Baez as an objection to Meadow Pollock video. Ashley Baez is on the first floor. It has nothing to do with accumulating Meadow Pollock's video. These are separate victims, separate floors. And the defense brought up Coyer, Martin Duque. Those are first floor victims. We're on the third floor now. There's no cumulative other than the timeline that was presented.
I guess the point that I'm trying to make is I've already denied the defense motion eliminate, so I did say that you could go sidebar to preserve your objection, but what you're doing is you're repeating and continuing the objection, and it's taking, I don't think it's necessary. I've already denied the motion. The video's in evidence. So what's in evidence can be published to the jury. If you want to have a continuous objection, that's fine. You can state that on the record, but to go sidebar and have you make the argument over and over and over again, I just don't think it's necessary.
And believe me, I certainly don't enjoy making the argument over and over again. I just want to make clear that the reason that I'm doing it is because the cumulative argument changes when a video is shown to the jury. That's the reason that
I understand what you're saying, but you're not just limiting it to that. You are making the entire argument over again, each and every time. And we have 17 videos. I don't need to hear all of the other arguments. You said you were simply going to go sidebar and tell me what you thought exactly was different and that what would be shown to the jury on multiple occasions, but we're going way beyond that.
Yeah, and my understanding was that the court wanted me to make all of my objections, so I was going to go through each of the videos, but I have it in a document, and I can submit it in writing if the court would prefer, and that way...
Didn't you already do that in your motion limiting?
No, the motion limit did not actually have the descriptions in the way that I have them in this document. It had some brief descriptions that were non-specific because I didn't want to file them publicly. But for purposes of judicial economy, I can put these descriptions and the counts as the defense perceives them in a document, and I can simply reference that when the state wants to show a video, and Your Honor can rule based on that. And I think that would speed up the process. I think it preserves the issue. I just believe that I need to contemporaneously raise that briefly and have Your Honor rule on it before the video is shown.
And Your Honor, the state objects to the defense filing a pleading in writing as to their supposedly contemporaneous objections. It's not contemporaneous if they're going to file an after-the-fact pleading that maybe you give them a week or two or 3 or 4 or 6 to put something together and do it after the fact. This is a proceeding that's going on now. They've made their objections. You've ruled on it, Your Honor. All they have to do is say continuing objection. That's all that has to happen. This doesn't have to be dragged out. They don't have to do anything in writing to preserve their appellate arguments. It's preserved. I understand they don't want to object in public to every photograph that's coming in, but that's the procedure, Your Honor. If they want to preserve their arguments for appeal, just have them object. They don't have to count up how many times they believe that this court is making an error and allowing this in. There are 30, for victims in this case with numerous injuries. Yes, there's going to be a lot of photographs and there are videos. And we see the pandemonium on the 3rd floor. There's going to be videos of that. All they have to say is continuing objection.
I agree. For purposes of preserving your appellate rights, a continuing objection is sufficient. Okay, is there anything else?
No, I wasn't asking for any time to put together anything for the court. I don't know why that came up. That's not what I was asking.
Okay, but the point is, I've already denied your motion in limine. I have reviewed all of the videos previous to today and yesterday, and I have found them to be relevant and other things, among other things. So you can preserve your objection by simply saying over the defense renewed objection. We don't need to go sidebar every time and rehash all of the specifics in order for you to preserve your objection for here, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, we'll abide by the court's ruling, but it's the defense's opinion that we should be able to preserve the appellate record the way that we believe that we should be able to do it. We believe that the court is limiting our access to the record, but we will certainly abide by the court's ruling. We'd also like to remind the court that on 2 separate occasions, we asked for a hearing outside of the presence of the jury so that we could hash through all of these issues and not interrupt testimony before every witness to have to go through all of this. So we will certainly do what you want us to do, but it's the defense's position that you are limiting our access to the record for the purposes of appeal.
Okay, respectfully, I disagree. Let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. The jurors are present. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Sachs, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hold it for a second. Who is that in the yellow circle?
We can't,
It's nothing.
Pardon?
we can't see anything on our screens. Now we can. Can you now? Can you see that?
Yes.
Can everybody see?
Now it's black.
Now it's gone again.
You okay now? Everybody's good? You see it, Ms. LaPel?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the yellow circle?
That's Meadow Pollock.
Okay. And can you see who that yellow circle was?
Yes, that was Meadow Pollock.
Okay. Okay, Joaquin Oliver, do you know who he is?
Yes.
Was he in your class also?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish this.
You may.
Seeing objection pursuant to DMIL 12 in the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Thank you.
Who's in the yellow circle?
That's Joaquin Oliver.
Okay, Ms. LaPella, I'm going to show you State Exhibit 4. Z for identification. Can you tell me who that is?
That's Meadow Pollock.
And State's Exhibit 4J. Can you tell me who that is?
That's Scott Beagle.
And State's Exhibit 4K.
That's Joaquin Oliver.
And State's Exhibit X.
That's Chris Hickson.
And State's Exhibit Y.
That's Aaron Feiss.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibits Z, 4J, 4K, X, And why?
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
Okay, states X for identification will be received as states 68. States Y for identification will be received as states 69. States Z as in zebra for identification will be received as states 70. States 4J as in John will be received as states 71. And states 4K will be received as states 72.
Your Honor, may I publish these photos, please?
You may.
And this is State's Exhibit, sorry, Mr. Bell, State's Exhibit 70. That is,
The picture is really, I mean, I know who it is, but it's hard to see the picture. Yeah. That's Meadow Pollock.
okay. And State's Exhibit 71.
Scott Beagle.
State's Exhibit 72.
Joaquin Oliver.
State's Exhibit 68.
Chris Hickson.
And State's Exhibit 69.
Aaron Weiss.
Okay, I'd like to play for you Christopher Hickson to the court commission.
The surveillance
Video, yeah.
video.
New objection pursuant to DMIL 12 and the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Okay. Over the defense objection, you may publish.
All right, I'm just, Your Honor, with the court commission, play the beginning and then have the witness excused. There's no, after cross-examination.
Sure.
I'm not going to have any questions, so whatever you want to
Okay,
do.
so can we start it and then Ms. Lepel can leave and,
Sure.
okay. Do you know who that is?
Yes,
Who is that?
that's Chris Hickson.
Okay, can we pause it there, please? Ms. Lepel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can skip down. Your Honor, next witness.
Okay, go ahead.
Veronica Steele.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and have a seat. Please speak into the microphone, state your full name, and spell your last name for the record.
Veronica Steele, Steel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Steele. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Do you go to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Florida Gulf Coast University.
And what year are you in?
My sophomore year.
Sophomore year?
Yes.
Where did you go to high school?
Douglas.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High
Yes.
School? When did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Remember that day?
Yes.
During fourth period, do you remember where you were?
Yes.
Where were you?
The third floor of the freshman building.
And what classroom were you in?
1257.
And whose classroom was that?
Mr. Beagle's class.
Scott Beagle?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Beagle teaching?
He was teaching government.
Government?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember approximately how many students were in the class?
I believe around 18 to 20.
Okay. And did anything happen during that fourth period?
Yes.
What happened?
The fire alarm went off while we were doing some review for one of our exams.
Could you just lean in a little bit more to the microphone, please?
We were doing a review for some of our exams that we were going to do. And the fire alarm had gone off. And Mr. Beagle told us to start packing up all of our things and to start heading down the stairwell. We flooded into the stairwell.
And you were going to go down the closest stairwell?
Yes, and it was directly to our left.
Okay, the east stairwell, right?
Yes.
Okay.
When we left the classroom, the hallway was flooded with a lot of other kids from the other classrooms. So it was very packed. And before we were heading down the stairwell, it was like a rush of students that pushed back. And everyone got pushed back onto the walls and just a whole mess.
At that time, where were you?
I was directly outside of the classroom, in between the two rooms that were right next to each other was Beagle's class and Miss Lapel's class.
Okay.
So I was pushed in between right where that wall was. And then when we all got pushed back, it was just a whole sort of emotions. We didn't know what was happening or why, we all just stopped and everything. And all of a sudden, a ton of kids started pushing backwards and running to the other side of the hallway. And you can imagine just our emotions and everything. It was just all over the place. We didn't know what was happening or anything. And there was a teacher in the hallway that was yelling at everyone to stop running and to just calm down. But when more kids started running, we heard 7 shots go off in the hallway. And it echoed from the stairwell into the hallway. And from there, I almost got pushed into Lapel's class, but I pushed my way out and went back into Beagle's class. and ran with my classmates, and we ran in front of the desk and threw ourselves on the floor and had our backpacks shielding us. We didn't know if it was a drill or not, but we just wanted to like be safe because we were panicking and we didn't know what exactly was happening. So 7 shots going off that we heard, and then it just all went quiet, and everyone from the hallway just disappeared into either classrooms or they left. And the way I was laying on the floor, I was laying on top of my 3 other classmates that were there with me. And we were shielding ourselves with our backpacks, and we had a clear view of the door, and we noticed that the door wasn't closed. It was wide open.
The door, the classroom to your door?
Yes. And our teacher, Beagle, his body was partially inside of the classroom, and then his torso down was outside of the classroom. And his body was blocking the door and holding it open. So it was very, scary for us because we didn't know what to do. And with all of us like crying and, whispering to each other, it was pretty loud, I can say. Especially with our door open, it kind of echoed into the hallway.
Right.
So it was just a whole mess.
Okay, so what happened then?
Then we kind of just were laying there. We were texting our friends and family saying, we don't know what's happening. We think there's a shooter in here. We heard shots going off and everything. What's it called? My classmate, one of my classmates, her phone actually rang, and, she turned it off, and randomly her phone dialed 911. We don't know how. We just started hearing on her phone, 911, what's your emergency? And we didn't know how, maybe I don't know what happened. But then she ended up hanging it up because it was really loud. And we were just all laying there. We didn't know what to do. And we were kind of just staying in the same position until the police and the SWAT team came up to our room.
Okay. After Mr. Beagle fell into the doorway, did you hear any more shots after that?
No.
Okay, you were just hiding in the classroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you take any cell phone videos?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let me show you State's Exhibit Mark 4L for identification. Let me take this out. Show you this drive. You see your initials on it?
Yes.
So you recognize this?
Yes.
And you watched this?
Yes.
And this is truly and accurately depict everything you took on your cell phone?
Yes.
On February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce you to evidence of
Is there any
4L.
objection?
Objection pursuant to DMIL 12 and the court's ruling regarding preservation.
Okay, thank you. Over the defense objection, State's Exhibit 4L, as in Lisa, for identification will be received as State's 73.
I'm going to play 73 for you, okay?
Okay.
Is that the door to the classroom there?
Yes.
And is that Mr. Beagle lying there?
Yes.
Hey, look straight, look straight.
Look straight, look straight.
Right behind this classroom. Come on, guys, you guys are okay.
So those voices that you heard, they were the police coming?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gill. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for the witness?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Excused.
Thank you.
Anthony Borges.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. Please speak into the microphone and state your full name. Spell your last name for the record.
Anthony Borges, Borges.
Okay. Mr. Borges, are you working?
No.
Were you going to school?
Yes.
Where do you go to school?
Atlantic Technical College on Coconut Creek, doing
Okay.
automobile service.
Okay. Where did you go to high school? Where did you go to high school?
Oh, where? No, I'm going to college.
No. But before you went to college, you went to high school, right?
No, I went to, I should change the program. I went to Richard School.
Okay. Did you ever go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
No. I mean, I did, yes, I did. My freshman year.
I thought you did. So
yeah, for sure.
Scared me there for a minute, Anthony. When did you go to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School?
I actually don't remember.
You don't remember?
But that was way back.
Okay. All right. Do you remember February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what year you were in on February the 14th, 2018?
Freshman year.
You were a freshman?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to ask you about February the 14th, 2018. Fourth period. Remember that?
Yes.
Tell us what happened, okay?
So I was in the third floor on class personalization, 1250, I think. and I was just sitting down. The teacher just planning about the finals exams and stuff like that. So I was just chilling, sitting, listening to music, and then I hear something weird, like a scream and like some echo. So I turned off the music, and then the alarm went on and then went off, and then went on again like 2 times. So everybody was confused. Everybody just get out of the class. There was like a lot of people in the hallway. Then I decided to go out down to the stairwell. That's when I saw the gun and just closed the door and started running.
Okay, then what did you do?
Then he shot me on my left leg, and then I saw this door like half open. Then I closed it, and then I just lay down there, waiting for everything to stop.
Okay, so what happened to you?
So then I got shot, everything got silent. I just look myself, check up on me. I look everything around me. There was a person in front of me. There was another person on the other side. I talked to that person to reach out if it was okay or anything, and she didn't respond. So when I stopped talking to her, I just reached out my phone and I called my mom first. She didn't answer. I called my best friend. She didn't answer, and then I called my dad. So I told her everything, like goodbye and everything. I threw my phone because I didn't want the shooter just looking at me with the phone and shoot me again. So I just threw the phone.
Okay, when you were on the phone, where were you?
I was outside the classroom.
Yeah, were you standing?
No, I was shot. I was laying down in the hallway.
So you were laying in the hallway?
Yes.
Did you call for help or anything?
I did call, yeah.
Did you call in Spanish and English or just
Both? Yes.
What were you yelling?
Help.
Help, help?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let me show you. State's Exhibit 4N for identification. Mr. Borges, and ask you, can you identify that?
Yeah, that's me.
And that's you?
Yes.
And that's accurate the way you were on February 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to introduce State's Exhibit 4N.
Is there an objection?
No objection.
Okay, states 4N for identification will be received as states 74.
And Mr. Borges, tell us what happened. You were laying in the hallway and you were shot. How many times? Do you know how many times you were shot?
At that time, I didn't know. I just felt like one shot.
Right.
But I got 5 times. So.
Pardon?
5 times.
5 times?
Yes.
Where were you shot?
In my leg, my other leg, and the back, and over
right.
here in the armpit.
All right. Can you show it to us?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh.
Back to.
Yep.
Leg.
Okay.
I don't know if the jurors on the other side can see.
Why don't you come out in the front here, Mr. Borges? Right over here. Okay, thank you. And how many surgeries have you had?
14.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused.
Yeah.
Ernest Lesnirsky.
objection is pending to be sworn.
Good afternoon, sir. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You can be seated. Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Okay, my full name is Ernest Adam Rospierski. My last name is spelled Rospierski.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
Depending on who you ask, but very little. No, I'm a teacher at Stoneman Douglas High School.
Okay, and how long have you been a teacher?
I am going to be entering in my 11th year.
Okay, and what do you teach?
Students, weirdly enough. But what subjects do I teach?
Yes.
History. I teach AP European History, International Relations, and Geography.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, 2018. Were you teaching on that day, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And where was your classroom?
In the 1200 building.
And what was the number of your classroom?
My classroom was 1249.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit. It is remarked in evidence of Mr. Rospierski as 67. This is a diagram.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see your classroom there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put it on this video here. And could you mark for us where your classroom was?
I'm guessing using my finger?
No, you're going to see. It comes up. It's and you can pick a color and you can circle the number you were in.
Thank you. Ooh, which color? My wife's favorite color is blue, but my son's is red. That's my room.
Okay. And is that on the north side or the south side of the hallway?
It's on the south side.
Okay. And it's two classrooms from the west stairwell. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So, fourth period, what were you teaching?
Fourth period was actually my personalization course. Okay. So I wasn't teaching anything. I was actually grading papers.
Okay.
It was the end of the day.
And could you tell us approximately how many students you had in your class, sir?
I want to say probably upper 20s, so I think 28 was on my roster.
Okay.
It's 4 years ago, so a couple thousand kids since then, so I want to say 28.
I understand. So what happened during that fourth period, sir?
Well, I'm guessing you're asking towards the tail end of it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Just for clarification, because up until then it was relatively boring, which was awesome. It was a normal Valentine's Day, so lots of kids being excited, lots of candy being bandied about, balloons and what have you. First thing, I'm sitting at my table at my desk grading papers. I had a stack of tests that I had to get through because I wanted to, because they'd just taken them, so I was trying to get on top of that. Right. And then sitting in class, and I heard a fire alarm go off.
Okay.
So, follow normal fire procedure. Get all the kids out, walk out of my room, and that's when I saw kids starting to walk towards the west stairwell, because that's our normal path, and then they all started coming back.
Right.
And I was unsure as to why. I started hearing what I thought were gunshots, at least whatever, so I wanted to go investigate. So that's when I walked to the west stairwell.
Were you familiar with guns?
I grew up in the state of Michigan, hunting, fishing, and doing all types of things. Right. So yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Okay, so that you recognized gunshots?
Yes.
Okay, so how did you respond? What did you do?
I went to investigate. I wasn't sure what was going on, right. So I couldn't see anything, but I definitely heard gunshots. So then I returned back in the hallway. I saw a very packed hallway, to say the least, as I'm sure that, I'm guessing some people have seen on video. And I tried to calm kids down and get them into the classrooms that they were supposed to go to. I walked towards them relatively calmly, saying, get back to your rooms, go to where you belong, please. And by the time I got to roughly my room, which directly across from there is the bathroom, actually directly across is the water fountains, but both bathrooms are right there. That's when the shooter came onto the floor. And that's when everyone thankfully ducked into rooms. And I pushed a bunch of kids who were in front of me into the little alcove outside of my door.
Okay. And then what happened, sir?
During that, at some point, I pushed them all into the door. I think there was 12-ish kids. I then stuck my head out real quickly to see what was going on. I think that's when I got grazed by the first bullet. because I got a graze on my face in this general area, and then I got another one on my hip that I didn't find till the next day, actually. And I tucked my head back. This all happened very quickly.
Right.
And then I looked out again. I saw the shooter had the gun up and away, because he was about 25-ish feet from my guesstimation. I then tried my neighbor's door, because I couldn't get into my room because my keys were in my room, because my bag was already packed to go home, and I forgot to grab them as I left.
Okay.
My neighbor's door was locked, so then I came back after trying her door once. I yelled at the kids to run, and then I took off down the hallway and held open the first door for the kids as they came through. After all my kids came through, at least I thought all my kids came through, I put my foot by the door to let them have time to get down. And after a relatively short amount of time, Kyle came by and it was scrambling down, and I didn't notice at the time, but he was injured.
You mean Kyle Lehman?
Kyle Lehman, yes.
Yeah.
And then I held the door after that. I kind of froze for a minute. And then somebody tried to push through. I thought it was a kid. Thankfully, later I found out it wasn't. And then I waited, and I kind of got a hold of myself, and then I thought, okay, where can I go that I can lock a door? So I went down the second floor. There's a teacher lounge on the second floor. I know the door to the teacher lounge is usually kept unlocked, but I knew the bathroom could be locked. So that's where I went.
Okay. And you stayed on the landing and held the door for a while, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were doing that, did you notice anyone that was lying on the
There's a girl with dark hair. I thought it was Jamie, but I wasn't sure. I reached down and shook her, trying to get some sort of reaction. I got nothing. And that's when I decided to run. I didn't try and grab because, quite frankly, I didn't think I could do anything.
Okay. And that was Jamie Guttenberg?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Carol Logren, do you know who she is?
Yes, of course I do.
Was she in your class?
She was.
Okay. And how about Peter Wine?
Also in my class.
Also in your class. Okay. I'm going to publish this video, and you can identify yourself for us, would you?
Sure.
Your Honor, may we?
Sure.
No objection pursuant to DMIL 12 of the court's ruling regarding preservation of objection.
Okay, thank you.
Do you see yourself there, sir?
I do.
I assume that's you in the maroon shirt?
That's a safe assumption. Oh, there I am. Now I'm walking out the door slowly. Ah, yes, that's me.
Okay.
Jeans, Stillman Douglas shirt. I think you guys still have.
All right. And what were you doing there, sir?
That's when I said I went to the stairwell to investigate the noise. That's what I was doing.
Is this you coming back?
Yep. And here comes all the kitties.
Is that when you're going to next door to try the
Mhm.
door, sir?
That is correct.
This is the other angle. Was that Kyle Lehman?
I believe so, yeah.
And is that when you said you were checking Jamie?
Yes.
And you were standing there when he did that, right?
Yes.
Bless you. And that's when you're going to the second floor to the restroom?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how long did you stay there?
I honestly couldn't tell you the length of time I was there. It did not seem very long, but police officers came through and cleared the outside room.
Okay.
I heard them, and then that's when I
Left.
Well, after they left the room, I exited a little bit after that, and thankfully the first person I saw was a BSO officer who I knew from working games at school, and he looked at me and said, "What are you doing in there?" I said, "Hiding."
Okay. So, and then you...
Then I made my way downstairs and had a bunch of people in very nice uniforms pointing large guns at me.
I want to show you State Exhibit 4Y for identification. Do you recognize that person?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Claire. Kara.
Carol Ogren?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4Y.
Okay. States Exhibit 4Y for identification will be received as States 75.
And I'm going to show you a video, and could you tell us if you see Carl Ogren, please?
Subject to objection pursuant to D and 912 of the court for ruling regarding preservation.
Okay, so noted. Thank you.
Do you see Carol Ogren?
Yes, the circle indicated her.
Okay. And that surrounding the yellow circle?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Mr. Osborne, thank you. I want to show you State's Exhibit 5A, sir, and ask you, can you identify who this is?
Yes,
Who is it?
it's Peter Wine.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 5A.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 5A for identification will be received as State's 76.
And I'd like you to watch this video and please identify Mr. Wang if you can, Mr. Osborne. Is that okay?
Sounds fun.
I have my objection pursuant to DMIL 12 and the court's ruling regarding preservation. Thank you.
Okay, your objection is noted for the record. Thank you.
Circled in yellow, was that Mr. Wang?
I believe so.
Can you see him now?
Yes,
Is that Peter Wang?
I believe so.
Anyone wants to show you State's Exhibit marked 4Z? Mr. Resolution? Do you recognize who this is?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Jamie Guttenberg.
Okay, was she in your class?
She was.
All right, I'd like to, Jamie Guttenberg, please, Mr. Course Commissioner.
Is there any objection?
Yes, and pursuant to DMIL 12, as well as the court's preservation ruling. Oh, I'm sorry, that was just a photo? I'm sorry, I thought it was a video. No objection to the photo.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to publish the video too, so.
Okay, well, let's deal with one thing at a time. 4Z as in zebra for identification is a photo, and it will be received without objection as states 77.
I'm going to play the video. You want to?
So you're not publishing the photo, but you want to play what
No,
it's in evidence?
I was going to, all right, I'm going to publish them first. Okay, you're right.
Okay.
I forgot.
I was just asking, you can do whatever you want.
No, it's okay. And you previously identified State's Exhibit 75 as Carol Logren?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Is that correct, Mr.?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 76, it's Peter Wang.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 77, Jamie Guttenberg, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you, Your Honor. We'd like to publish this video.
Okay,
Object to DMIL 12, as well as the court's preservation ruling. Thank you.
okay, your objection is noted with regard to the surveillance video. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ostrowski. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. Ostrowski.
Are there any questions from the defense?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You're excused. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, our break is going to be a little bit later than we normally break, but we're going to break for about 10-15 minutes so everyone can stretch and use the facilities if you need to. Remember, please do not discuss the case while we're on a recess, okay? Thank you. All right, the jurors have been excused. State, how many more witnesses do you have today, just so that I have an idea?
Looks like 4.
Okay. So we'll be in recess until, it's 4:06, we're in recess till 4:20. You said that. Why don't we let everybody stretch and go to the bathroom and then we'll do that, okay? Yep.
that I believe the state may call this afternoon is a woman named Nikolas Cruz.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that, please?
Yeah, and I'll spell it, I'm sorry. Nikolas Cruz, I'm not sure how to say it. It's Nicolette, last name Michiotta, I believe.
Okay.
She was not in the 1200 building, but she saw Mr. Cruz as the students were all leaving the campus and heading towards West Glades Middle School and then on to the shopping center where the Walmart is. She said that he was directly behind her. She did have a brief conversation with him. This is from her deposition testimony, possibly her statement. She asked him, she said hi to him and how was he doing, asked him where he was going to college, and then he responded to that. She said that he was behind her as he was walking away with another student. And then at one point in her deposition, she says, as he's right behind me, I'm calling my mom, hysterically crying because we can't find Meadow Pollock. And I'm screaming her name, and he's right behind me. And at that point, I didn't know who he was or what the conversation that was like, anything beyond that, but no emotion to that. No emotion to hearing me scream about her, cry about her, like trying to figure out where she is. So, Judge, and I do want, prior to the lunch break, I did speak with the state, and I asked them if they intended to elicit any testimony about that, because it's our belief that's not relevant to put the crime in context or to any aggravating factor. And in fact, it would be an attempt to introduce a non-statutory aggravating factor of lack of remorse. It doesn't go to any of the 7 listed aggravators. And the state's response was, didn't remember that, but we can't control what she says. So I'm asking the court to grant this motion in limine. I don't have a problem. We don't have an.
What specifically are you asking me to exclude?
Right. We don't have an issue with, and I understand the evidence about her walking and seeing him in the crowd leaving, and the shirt that he's wearing. That could potentially, arguably go towards CCP in terms of a plan that he may have had, if that's the state's theory, that he planned to wear that shirt and blend in with the crowd and leave. However, the part about how she was screaming and hysterical because she couldn't find Ms. Pollock, and he was showing no emotion, that is an attempt to introduce a lack of remorse, which is not a statutory aggravator. It's impermissible based on the Pope case, which we have cited previously, I believe, in jury selection, actually. Pope versus State, 441, Southern 2nd, 1073. That's a Florida Supreme Court 1983 case. And I would cite a couple cases that, for both CCP, cold calculated and premeditated, as well as especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel, actions taken after the murders are not relevant to prove those aggravating factors. So any emotion or lack of emotion or actions that he took after would not be relevant to prove the aggravating factors. Perhaps if that something came up in the defense case, it might be relevant to rebuttal, but at this point, it's not relevant to prove any aggravating factor. And so we're asking that she not be permitted to testify to anything about that, and that the state be directed to advise her that she's limited to testifying to seeing him. She can describe what he was wearing and say that she was walking directly in front of him and he's leaving with the rest of the students. But that's, beyond that, I think that would be irrelevant.
Well, she had a conversation.
Who's my point person from the state?
I'm sorry, I lost my mind.
I mean, you are doing all the witnesses.
I know, but...
Mr. Marcus.
Go ahead.
Judge, that's a very unusual argument for lack of remorse when he is maybe a minute or 2 minutes from just committing the crime. It's not a lack of remorse. It's the context is of his mental state. So he's at this point, he hasn't even gotten to a place of safety yet. He's still in the midst of the crime that he had just committed, and he's trying to escape to a place of safety. The crime is not even over yet. So saying that there's lack of remorse is, that would be evidence of lack of remorse, really stretches it. It certainly is not. There is a conversation between them that goes to his mental state. That's clearly relevant evidence. He's confronted with some knowledge and he doesn't react to it. It would be like if he, later gives a statement and he's confronted with guilty knowledge and doesn't, react to it like that. That would be admissible evidence. There is absolutely no reason how this would be a non-statutory aggravator. It has nothing to do with that. It does have to do with this. He's still within the planning of what he was doing. It still goes to cold, calculated, and premeditated because he hasn't finished the crime yet in terms of he hasn't gotten to a place of safety. So this is part of CCP and getting away with his crime and being confronted while he's escaping with information about it and his lack of answering or emotion about the witness's concern about Meadow Pollock being missing is relevant information.
Judge, if I may just briefly, respectfully disagree with that. And I'm going to cite to Hall versus State, 107 Southern 3rd, 262. In that case, the court, and I'm quoting from that case, the trial court's reliance on Hall's actions after the murder of moving the victim's body, changing his bloody clothes, cleaning up the blood, and running from other officers as evidence that he pre-planned the murder is also speculative. I think there was a lack of evidence regarding planning prior to the murders, and the state was attempting to use some of his actions after as showing that it was cold, calculated, and premeditated, and the court held that the finding of that aggravating factor was error. There was not evidence to support that. So his comments after, I disagree with Mr. Marcus that the crime is not over as he's leaving, but what we're talking about are the actual murders. Any actions that he takes after the actual murders are not relevant for CCP. And it also is speculative in the sense that he's not responding to someone hysterically screaming about Meadow Pollock. He may not have known who that was. He may not have known that she was one of the victims. It's all speculative, and to allow that to be presented as somehow evidence of cold, calculated, and premeditated, by definition, it goes to the planning of the crime. So the escape itself could possibly, but not conversations that he had that would not have been part of a plan, and reactions he did or didn't have, which could not have possibly been part of a plan, would not be relevant for CCP.
All right. I think your argument goes to the weight, not the admissibility. I think that part of the plan in blending in and sort of concealing himself as just another student is part and parcel with the escape, and I'm going to allow the state to elicit the testimony. Is there anything else? So there were a few things. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up? No, ma'am. Okay.
Your Honor, the next witness needs an interpreter, but I just want to let the court know.
He has an interpreter.
You have the interpreter.
Yes. Yes. We just wanted to get another chair and be in a setting up a microphone.
We have another chair.
Okay, perfect. I guess some of them lost the schedules, so we're gonna put these on their chairs, which just say this week and next week. and I have an extra copy for you all if you need it as well. I also put on their chairs earlier, they asked for an order for their employers, saying that they were here, so we have those waiting for them, and then we'll have the schedule waiting for them as well. The only change to the schedule is that on Friday, we're gonna start at 9:30. Well, they're gonna be here at 9:30, we're gonna start at 10, instead of them getting here at 8:30 and us starting at 9. So, and then tomorrow, yes, tomorrow's a half day. But that was on the original calendar. But if you all want this, I will remind you tomorrow that we're starting Friday an hour later, but I want to give it to them in writing so they have it. Okay? Please. Yes.
Those are extras.
These are extras. Okay. So we have plenty of extra if anyone needs it. You can let me know when we recess, okay? Yes. We're ready for the jurors? And you said you have 3 more witnesses?
4.
4 more witnesses, okay. You don't think we'll be much past 5:30?
No.
Okay. I'm still making up for keeping them that one night until like 7:30. But it's fine, 4 is fine. Welcome back. Members of the jury, all of the jurors are present. You all may be seated. State, please call your next witness when you're ready.
Thank you. Mary Pavlichenko.
Just stand to be sworn, and then we'll.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, the state told me that we were using an interpreter, but did not tell me what language.
Russian.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you
Yeah, yeah.
solemnly, this is for the interpreter, do you solemnly swear to translate to the best of your ability from English to Russian, Russian to English?
Yes, I do, yeah.
Thank you, sir. And would the witness please raise his right hand?
Пожалуйста, правую руку.
Do you solemnly
Вы
swear or
торжественно
affirm
клянетесь,
the
утверждаете,
testimony you're
что ваше
about to
показание
give
будет правдой,
is the truth, the whole truth,
только
and nothing
правда,
but the
ничего кроме
truth?
правды?
Да.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can both be seated.
Садись, пожалуйста.
Yes, and Mr. Interpreter, would you please state your full name for the
Yes,
record?
Michael Luria, L-U-R-Y-E.
And if the witness would please state his full name and then spell it for the record.
Дайте, пожалуйста, полностью ваше имя, фамилию и по буквам для протокола.
Marian Kabachenko. K-A-B-A-C-H-E-N-K-O.
Okay, so.
No, I'm sorry, I think the translation.
K as in king, A as in apple, B as in boy, A as in apple, C as in Charlie, H as in Henry, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy, K as in king, O as in Oliver.
Okay, just 1 second. If you would please explain, sir, that if I understand that you obviously speak some English.
Я понимаю, что вы говорите по-английски.
However, for the record,
Ради протокола
we have to have you speak only in
вы
English
говорите только по-английски
or only
или
in
только
Russian with the
по-русски,
use of the interpreter.
через переводчика.
So even if you understand,
Yes. Если даже вы
please
понимаете,
don't answer in English.
не
Please
отвечайте на
answer
английский,
only in Russian
только по-русски,
so that the record is clear.
чтобы
Okay?
был протокол четкий. Okay? Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kabachenko, are you going to school or are you working?
Вы работаете или ходите, учитесь?
Школа.
Колледж. To a college.
Okay, where do you go to college?
Какой колледж?
Бровард.
Broward.
Broward College?
Броудский.
Okay, what year are you in?
В какой курс?
Второй год.
Second.
Where did you go to high school?
А где вы закончили среднюю школу, high school?
В Паркленде.
In Parkland.
Pardon?
Parkland.
Parkland. What's the name of the school?
Как называется школа?
Маджори Стоуман Даглас.
М?
Маджори Стоуман Даглас.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, is that what you were saying?
Это так вы говорите, да? Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Yes.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018.
Я хочу привлечь ваше внимание к событиям, которые произошли в среду, 14 февраля 2018 года. Okay.
What?
Okay.
What date?
No, okay. He said.
Okay, okay. All right. Where were you during fourth period?
Что вы делали на четвертом периоде, перемене?
Был в классе географии.
I was in the geography class.
Whose class?
Geography class.
Geography class? What was the name of the teacher?
Как фамилия была учителя?
Кажется, Скотт, имя я знаю.
I believe I know the first name, Scott.
Scott, he doesn't remember the last name?
Вы не помните фамилию?
Рейбин,
Rabin, I believe.
я забыл.
I forgot.
Pardon?
I forgot the last name.
Last name, okay. Would you know the last name if I said it?
Если я произнесу его фамилию, вы узнаете ее?
Да.
Yes.
Beagle?
Beagle?
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so would you tell us what happened during fourth period, please, Mr.
Скажите, пожалуйста, что произошло на четвертой перемене?
Я уже подходил конец класса географии.
It was already almost the end of the geography class.
Зазвонила пожарная сирена.
The fire alarm went off.
И мы начали собирать вещи, чтобы покинуть класс.
We started gathering our things to leave the classroom.
Когда я вышел из класса, в коридоре было большое скопление людей.
When I left the classroom, there was a lot of people congregating in the hallway.
Да, и впереди люди были, начало что-то происходить впереди.
And I noticed that something started going on in the front.
Люди, которые были впереди, начали бежать назад, просачиваться через толпу.
People who were in the front started running backward and started trying to go through the crowd, to push through the crowd, their way through the crowd.
Я начал медленно отступать назад.
I started slowly walking backward.
И потом прозвучали выстрелы.
And then gunshots sounded.
И я побежал в сторону лестницы.
And I began running towards the stairwell.
В противоположную сторону от выстрелов.
In the opposite direction from where the shots were coming from.
И когда я бежал, мне что-то ударило в ногу, и резкая боль.
When I was running, while I was running, I felt something hitting my leg, and I felt a sharp pain.
И в этот момент я заметил, что слева был учитель и несколько студентов.
And at that time, I noticed that on my left side there was a teacher and several students
Пытались открыть дверь в класс.
who were trying to open a door to a classroom.
Я забежал к ним.
I ran with them into there.
И пока учитель пытался открыть класс, я стоял там.
And while the teacher was trying to open the door to the classroom, I was standing there, near them.
Ему не удалось открыть класс, и мы попробовали открыть соседний левый класс.
He was unable to open the door to the classroom, so we tried to open another door to the left.
Левую дверь ему тоже не удалось открыть, поэтому
We failed to open the door to the left classroom as well, so
учитель в этот момент прекратились звуки выстрелов, и учитель выглянул из-за угла и сказал нам бежать.
At that time, the gunshots stopped. The teacher glanced around the corner and told us to run.
Мы побежали.
We started running.
И когда уже почти добежали, опять прозвучали выстрелы.
And when we almost reached the place, the gunshots were heard again.
И я по лестнице спустился на первый этаж.
I walked the stairs down to the first floor.
И в тот момент я уже обнаружил, что людей стало меньше.
And at that time I noticed that there were fewer people around.
Меньше стало, чем было изначально, когда бежали.
Fewer than initially when we were starting running.
Насколько я помню, я первым открыл уличную дверь.
As far as I remember, I was the first to open the door to outside door.
Там лежал мертвый мужчина.
There was a body of a dead male lying there.
И мы оббежали его и побежали в правую сторону, в сторону парковки.
We ran around him and ran to the right towards their parking lot.
Мы отбежали достаточно далеко от здания.
We ran pretty far away from the building.
Мы были еще на территории школы.
But we were still inside the premises of the territory of the school.
После этого мы уже начали идти более-менее спокойно.
After that, we slowed down and started walking more calmly.
И опять прозвучали выстрелы.
And then the shots rang again.
И нам показалось, будто опять стреляют в нас из окна.
And it seems to us that somebody is shooting at us from a window
С того здания. И мы
of the building.
опять побежали.
And we started running again.
Мы перелезли через забор.
We climbed over a fence.
И там уже нам помогли люди, которые помогают переходить через дорогу.
And then we were assisted by the people who help students to cross streets.
После того я пошел домой, позвонил родителям.
After that, I went home and called my parents.
Они приехали и забрали меня и привезли домой.
They came over, picked me up and took me home.
Дома я сказал, что мне что-то попало в ногу.
At home, I told them that something hit my leg.
До этого у меня была правая нога мокрая.
And before that, I felt that my right leg was wet.
И там родители уже видели, что у меня там рана и кровь.
And my parents examined me and saw that I had a wound and blood.
После этого мы поехали обратно на территорию школы.
After that, we went back to the school premises,
И там меня уже забрала скорая помощь.
where I was picked up by an ambulance.
Okay. Mr. Kabachenko, how long had you been at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, I mean, enrolled in Marjorie Stoneman Douglas before this shooting happened?
Сколько вы учились в этой школе, прежде чем произошла эта стрельба?
Около 2 недель.
About 2 weeks.
So you were only there 2 weeks?
Только 2 недели?
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me show you State's Exhibit.
Я вам покажу вещдоки прокуратуры.
4R for identification,
4R для опознания.
and ask you if you can identify that.
Вы можете опознать?
Да, это я.
That's me.
And the yellow circle is you?
Вот то, что внутри этого желтого круга, это вы.
Да.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to offer 4R.
Я хочу представить вещдок 4А.
Okay, without objection, States Exhibit 4R for identification
Принят был для этот
will be
вещдок 4А.
received as States 78.
Это 78, просто номер другой принят.
Okay, and I'm going to now show you 4O.
4O.
4O. You recognize who that is?
Вы это знаете, кто это?
Да, это я.
Yes, that's me.
Okay. And 4Q, do you know what this is?
For
Да,
Q, что
это
это?
моя рана.
This is my wound.
This is your wound? Okay. And 4P, does that also show where the wound
4P,
was?
это показывает, где была рана.
Да.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Спасибо.
All right, Your Honor, I'd like to offer
Я хочу представить
4Q,
эти вещдоки 4Q,
4P,
4P,
and 4O.
4O.
Is there any objection?
Есть возражение?
Sure. I'm sorry?
We never rectify that.
Oh, okay, can you turn them on? We have to turn the headphones back on, I'll just take a second. Mine's not green. Should have a green one. Oh, here it is. Okay. All right. Will be
Несмотря на
received as
возражения
States
защиты,
79.
мы принимаем эти вещдоки.
For P will be received as States
Эти новые
80.
номера сообщаются.
For Q will be received as States 81. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Kavichenko, I'm going to now show you, it's been introduced into evidence, States 78.
78, это покажу, это номер.
And who is that in the yellow circle?
Кто этот человек в желтом круге?
Это я.
That's me.
Okay. And States Exhibit number 79.
79, это новый номер.
Is that? Whoops.
Кто это?
Это я.
That's me.
Okay. And States Exhibit 80.
80 номер.
What's that show?
Что это показывает здесь?
Показывает мою рану.
Shows my wound.
Okay. And states 81, is this a close-up of that wound?
А вот это просто близкая просто ракурсе, это та же самая рана.
Да.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Спасибо.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Нет других вопросов.
Кабаченко.
Господин Кабаченко.
Okay,
Нет.
thank you, sir. You're
Спасибо,
excused.
вы можете идти.
And Mr. Interpreter, thank you very much
Я
for your
понял.
services. You're also excused.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you.
I can go, right?
Yes, definitely. The interpreter is excused, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kyle Lehman.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please be seated. If you would please lean into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
My name is Kyle Allen Lamon.
Spell your last name, please.
Laman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lehman. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. So, do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go?
I go to the Emergency Educational Institute, EEI. It's a EMT paramedics class.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
I went to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
And when did you graduate?
In 2021.
I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay, and specifically, I'd like to ask you about fourth period. Do you remember where you were?
I was in Mr. Ross Piercy's class, or my personalization.
Personalization, where
yeah.
What do you do in personalization? You might as well tell us.
It's like a study hall.
Right.
It's just either homework or,
Okay. So, Mr. Lehman, would you tell us what happened during fourth period, please?
During fourth period was just started off as a normal period till the time hit where the fire alarm went off.
Okay.
As soon as the fire alarm went off, we all did normal fire alarm procedures. We all go into the hallway where all the classes were. We all stayed there very stationary. I already had a really bad feeling about it because it's not normal for us just to be stationary there. So it was bad, I guess, for me. I felt really weird and anxious and scared. That's when someone said the building was on fire, and then I was like, nah, that's impossible. So I had a lot of questions in my mind. Then that's when I heard the doors open on the other side, and it was very loud, and everyone's talking and stuff. Then all of a sudden it just goes silent, and then that's when the screaming happened, and the shots went off. And that's when a lot of people, like, I guess, froze up, and I did too. The hallways emptied, like, for me personally, it emptied super fast. I blinked and everyone was separated, gone, or on the floor. I remember seeing a lot of bodies on the floor. I saw the gunman come out. I saw everything of when the shots went off. I blinked and then everything just went bad. I started moving left to right, just seeing what to do. And then as soon as I went left, I felt like a very strong, I don't really know how to explain it, but like a paintball shot to my right foot. And I didn't even recognize it at the time. I just felt it, and then it went into the cutout to where the bathrooms are. Then that's when I saw my friend there. And then Joaquin was there too.
Joaquin Oliver was in the alcove?
I believe so, yeah.
And who was your other friend?
Tyler West.
Tyler West. So it was the three of you in the alcove?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
I realized that I was like, I feel something wet in my foot. I don't know what it is. I look down and I see my ankles blown off to bits, obliterated. I stood there. It felt like an hour just staring at it. I was like, oh my God, what, are you serious? This is happening. I was like, I'm feeling the water. It's like blood, and I'm hearing shots going off. People are screaming. And me and Tyler are terrified. I look at him, and he looks at me. I'm like, we're going to die. What do we do? And I peek around the corner, and I still see the shooters shooting into the classroom. I'm like, I see Joaquin trying to get into the bathroom door, but I know the bathroom doors were locked. But so I told him, stop. We need to figure out a different way to get out. So, but I don't think he really heard me or cared. But at that point, I kind of stopped and trying to look for an alternative method to see if I could leave. So that's when I looked, see if the gunman was shooting. He still was. So I took the opportunity while he stopped, at least for temporarily, and I darted to cover to get closer to the exit. And I managed to, as soon as I started running, I was the only person besides the gunman in the hallway at the time, besides the bodies that were on the floor. He started out, since I was running, he targeted me, started shooting at me. I remember hitting the wall, and as soon as I hit the wall, I could see debris from the walls of at least 4 to 5 rounds coming off of the wall. So they aimed at me. I'm assuming. I was like, oh my God. As soon as it did that, the shooting stopped, and then I don't know. I can't really recall how long I was in that little covert for at the second time, but I managed to, as soon as he stopped shooting, again, run and exit. The first door I tried was on the very left, wouldn't open, and that was
you're saying the door on the left. You're talking about the 2 doors that lead into the west stairwell.
Correct.
Okay, so the one closest.
The one closest to me,
okay,
or the east side. Yeah, it wouldn't open, and so obviously I went to the next one,
right,
and I managed to escape.
Okay.
Ran down the 3 flights of stairs and managed to leave.
Okay, and where did you run to?
I ran towards the football field.
Okay, and did you finally did you hear anything when you were running on the football field?
On the football field, yeah, I heard shots.
Okay, and then did you finally get to safety?
I did, inside of a locker room.
Okay, let me show you. States 24C for identification.
That's me.
Is that you in the yellow circle?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to offer 24C.
Is there any objection?
No, ma'am.
States 24C as in Charlie, for identification will be received as states 82.
Now, Mr. Lehman, I want to show you State's Exhibit 82. Is that you right there?
Correct.
In the yellow circle?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you now 3 exhibits. Before I do that, could you describe what happened to your leg, your ankle? I mean, what kind of treatment did you have for it?
Treatment?
You can answer.
I had around like 5 to 6 surgeries.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me show you State's Exhibit marked 14Z for identification. You recognize that? And who is that?
That's me.
Is that you at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, and State's Exhibit 4S? Is that?
Yes.
What is that?
That's my foot.
Is that your foot? Okay. And how about State's Exhibit 4B?
Yes.
Okay. And what are they doing there?
So that was a skin graft to repair my whole ankle. They took skin from my right, or no, sorry, they put skin from my left and then muscle and whatever necessary on my right to replace all the missing stuff that I lost. Basically repaired so I could have some function for later in the future so I could at least walk.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4S, 4B, and 4Z.
Earlier you said 14.
Did I?
So, just to clear, yes, it's 4, this one says 14Z. Is that,
Whatever.
okay, so there's, just for the record, there's 4 S's in Sam, 4 V like Victor, and then 14 Z like zebra.
What did I say?
Well, you said 14, then you said 4, so I just wanted to make sure this wasn't marked improperly.
No, whatever is there is
Okay.
is correct.
Is there any objection?
Yes, ma'am, briefly.
Okay. Swim in the river. Defense objection states 14Z like zebra for identification will be received as states 83. States 4S like Sam for identification will be received as states 84. And states 4V like Victor will be received as states 85. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lehman and I want to show you State's Exhibit 83. And I think you said that's you in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 84. Was that your ankle before any treatment?
Yes.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 85. Is that when they're doing the skin graft?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lehman. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Do you have any questions? Thank you, sir. You're excused.
Tyler West.
This remains standing for this one.
So please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated, please. If you would please lean forward and speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name.
All right. Tyler WSD. What?
What was the last name?
West WSD.
Oh, okay, Wes, thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. West. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm well. So are you working?
I am. Yes, I'm working at Publix.
Okay. I'd like, where'd you go to high school?
Stoneman Douglas.
Okay, and what year did you graduate?
2021.
I'd like to call your attention to February the 14th, Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember where you were during the fourth period of that day?
Yes, I was on the third floor of the 1200 building.
Okay, and do you remember what class you were having?
Study hall.
And do you remember who the teacher was?
Mr. Rospierski.
Okay, is that room 1249?
Yes.
Okay, so please tell us what happened during that class.
So basically I was playing chess with my friend Peter and Tanner, and the fire alarm goes
Your
off.
friend Peter, what's Peter's last name?
Wang.
Okay.
Yeah, and the fire alarm goes off, and pretty much I just exit and walk down the hallway with everybody else. And out of nowhere, everybody just stops and they turn around and they start going back up, and I follow them because I didn't know what to do. And I was just standing there in the middle of the hallway, waiting for my teacher to unlock the door. I didn't know what was going on at the time, but then I heard gunshots, and I kind of panicked. Didn't really know what to do, so I turned around and kind of like ran into the bathroom cubby area. And once I got there, I looked over, saw my friend Kyle Lamont right in front of me. His foot was pretty much shot off, like there's a hole in his foot. And there was another kid, I didn't know who he was at the time, but his name is Joaquin Oliver. He was in the corner laying down, and I looked at him, asked him if he can move, and he said no, he got shot in the leg or knee, one of those. And I just turned around and ran when I saw the opportunity.
Okay. And did you see where Kyle went? Kyle Lehman?
No, I did not. As soon as I started running, I was focused on getting out.
Okay. And where did you run to?
So I ran down the stairs directly across from the little cubby, and I just ran all the way down the stairs and ran off into some neighborhoods nearby.
Okay.
But as I was running down, I did see Coach Feiss, like, against the doorway.
Okay. At the west, outside the west doors?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. West, let me show you State's Exhibit 4X and ask you if you can identify that person in the red circle.
Yeah, that's me.
That's you? And that's you on February the 14th, 2018?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. West. Your Honor, I'd like to offer State's Exhibit 4X.
Is there any objection? Okay, without objection, states 4X, like X-ray, will be received as states 86.
Okay, Mr. West, here's State's 86.
And that's you in the red circle?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
I cannot.
It's not showing.
Okay. How about
Yeah,
you?
I see it.
Okay. Do you see it now? Is that
Yeah.
you?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, thanks. Your Honor, I have no further questions of Mr. West.
Any questions? No. Thank you, sir.
Thank
You're
you, Mr.
excused.
West.
All right, thank you.
Nicolette Muccietta.
Remain standing, please.
Ms. Cruz, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put your hand down and be seated. Please lean in to the microphone and state your full name and then spell your last name for the record.
My name is Nicolette Machado, and the last name's Miciotta.
Good afternoon, Ms. Machado. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Good. And do you go to school?
Yes, I do. I actually just graduated Florida Gulf Coast University with a major in criminal justice and minor in psychology, going back in the fall for grad school.
Okay. Where'd you go to high school?
Marjorie Stoneman Douglas,
And when did you graduate?
2018.
All right. I'd like to call your attention to Wednesday, February the 14th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
And do you remember where you were during fourth period?
Yes, I was in Mrs. A's room, right across from the tennis courts. I don't remember the room number.
Okay. Do you remember the building number?
No, I don't. It was facing right across from the tennis court, so when I looked out, I could see
Let me
it.
show you a little map, maybe it'll help, okay? I'm going to show you State's Exhibit Mark 2, and see if this helps you at all. If it doesn't, that's okay.
I was building 9.
Building 9?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's good. All right. So you're in building 9. So what happens?
Class started. We were doing a discussion. We had been in groups for the discussion. It was an assignment we were doing, and I hadn't felt well that day, so I had been texting my mom, telling her I wasn't sure if I was going to leave or stay or what I was going to do. I ended up deciding to stay because it was too close to the bell ringing, and there's a certain time in between the bell ringing and you being able to leave, and I was cutting it pretty close, so I decided to stay.
Okay.
Moments later, after I texted my mom and said, you know, I'm going to stay, it's too short, we heard the fire alarm go off.
Okay.
When we heard the fire alarm go off, we exited the room. I grabbed my bag, I grabbed everything, and we made our way outside.
Okay. And where did you go?
We went towards the tennis courts. We walked all the way past the fields, all the way to the other side, right in between Westglades and the Walmart that was right there.
Okay. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit number 1. You know, and take a look at this and see if this. Can you see that yet?
Yes.
Does that help you at all?
Yes.
Okay, so you know how to work pick a color and just show from where you were in the 900 building where you went.
I was right here. I don't know if it made a mark.
Now, why don't you pick like the yellow or something?
I was right here.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
We came along the side. When we came out, there were so many students standing there, you could barely tell, you know, who was who. We just started walking.
Okay.
When we started walking, we walked along here. As we got we kept walking over here. As we got around over here, we started seeing police. When we saw the police, we started realizing a little bit what was going on, because normal fire drills would have you never saw police around you as much as we started seeing them. We went along all the way here, just about here is when I had turned around and I saw the shooter was standing behind me.
Okay. Well, you didn't know who the shooter was at the time, did you?
I had known him since middle school.
Okay.
I just had not known that he had left the school.
Right. So you see him, what happens?
I see him and I turned around and, you know, I hadn't seen him in years. I spent the first 2 years at another school, so my last 2 years were at Stoneman Douglas. Looking back, obviously had no idea. I turned around and I realized he was standing with another friend of mine. When I realized that, we kind of collided in the line, so we became one line. When we became one line, I said hi, he said hi back, and I said, you have any college plans? And he said, somewhere in Florida. At that time, we got filed into one line. He was right behind me. And at that time, I was still trying to find friends of mine. I was on the phone with my mom, hysterically.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, I was going to ask you, remember what he was wearing?
He's wearing a maroon JROTC shirt, and I don't remember the pants. I just saw the top. I never...
Was it a maroon ROTC shirt from Marjorie Stoneman
Yes.
Douglas?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out?
Right there?
The person in the green sweater?
Yes.
Madam Reporter, with the court's permission, would you let the record reflect that Ms. Muccietta identified the defendant, Nikolas Cruz? Okay, and then where did you go? And I'm sorry, I pronounced your name wrong.
No, it's
Machado.
Machado.
Machado, I'm sorry.
At that point, we got, we were scaling the fence between, the Westglades, basically. When we came out on this end, I turned around and he wasn't there anymore.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your witness presentation
Yes.
for today? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you should have found earlier today, after a break, I left an order on your chairs. I know some of you had asked for proof for your employers, so that would be the proof that you would need. And then some of you had asked for another copy of the calendar, which I put on your chair as well, which the only small change is that on Friday, you don't need to be here until 9:30. Normally you're here at 8:30, but Friday I don't need you here till 9:30. Other than that, please remember that you must not discuss the case with anyone or permit anyone to say anything to you or in your presence about the case while we're on recess. This includes an overnight recess. Again, if anyone attempts to say anything to you or in your presence about the case, tell the person to stop and report the matter immediately. I told you I would remind you about this every day, and I'm going to until you'll know exactly what I'm going to say before I even say it. I hope you all have a nice evening and a safe drive home, and I will see you tomorrow, the same time tomorrow. We need you here at 8:30, and it's a half day tomorrow. We'll finish by noon or 12:30, and then Friday we'll start an hour later, and you won't have to be here until 9:30. Okay, thank you all very much. Okay, the jury has been excused. We are in recess for the evening. I would ask everyone to please gather your belongings and exit the courtroom, except for today we're going to limit it to the order, the administrative order that says 5 media representatives. I know yesterday I allowed 6. Today is going to only be 5. As soon as people start clearing out, if those 5 people would sign in with the sheriff's office, and you can remain in the first. Well, let me figure out what we're going to do first, whether it be the video or the photos.